can the right partner help your business build something wonderful? Intel helps you get the most out of all your data by deploying intelligence exactly where it provides the greatest value, powering your business to find new insights, unlock new revenue, and discover fresh opportunities, from edge to cloud to data center and everywhere in between. Together, let's accomplish something wonderful.
At Capital One, we combine the power of a machine learning model with a cloud-based multi-region infrastructure, making banking better by strengthening the reliability of our mobile app so that our customers can stay connected to their money anywhere. Learn how we're using a cloud-native architecture to fuel the future at CapitalOne.com/cloud. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
The world seems to be spinning faster. New technologies are accelerating our lives. The markets are changing faster and faster. New products and services are disrupting old ones, and huge companies are disappearing. We all feel the speed and the need to compete. Our demands have increased in our private and business lives. We want instant answers and no waiting time. Time is the most valuable asset of human beings. Nobody wants to waste it for poor service. Customer experience has become a crucial competitive factor. Cognigy makes life easier for everyone and service a magical experience. We will help you to improve your service quality and cut costs at the same time. Our platform based on AI delivers personalized experiences at scale. Conversational service automation is the future of customer service. Cognigy AI. No time to waste.
AI itself is at an inflection point, and for a decade, we have set the pace for innovation unmatched anywhere in the market. Together, we're pushing the limits of both human and machine.
The power of AI is now in the hands of anyone that can use it.
We're pushing the limits of how AI can become even more aligned to the needs of every business.
We're seeing a fundamental shift towards making AI more accessible, faster, and impactful for businesses.
Tools like DataRobot can offer us an awful lot of potential.
How is our collaboration helping our customers? This opportunity to build turnkey solutions that help customers accelerate their time to value.
Complete enterprise operations for all parts of the model lifecycle.
You can ensure that you'll never be in the dark when it comes to tackling AI bias.
Welcome to DataRobot AI Experience 2022.
AstraDB, a flexible database as a service built on the open source Apache Cassandra project. It's a NoSQL distributed database that is known for its high scalability and availability. Data is partitioned and distributed around a cluster in separate nodes to increase performance, and replicated to ensure your data is always available. You can interact with your data using REST, GraphQL, and document APIs using Stargate.io, an open source data layer included in AstraDB, or directly with the Cassandra query language in a CQL console. It comes with a generous free tier to get started, and setting up a database is simple. Just log in with an email, Google or GitHub account, select Create Database, give it a database name, key space name, and select the cloud provider and region you prefer. That's it. You now have a 3-node Cassandra cluster in less than 5 minutes. For more information on AstraDB, check out the other videos in our AstraDB playlist. If you want to learn more about Cassandra, check out our Intro to Cassandra crash course or catch one of our weekly workshops. Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next video.
Labelbox is a training data platform designed to help you iterate better. Use active learning to find model errors and prioritize labeling high-value data to improve performance. Accelerate velocity through collaboration, labeling automation, and low-code model training integrations. The result is a streamlined workflow, high-quality data, and consistently more accurate models in less time for less spend. We're trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises and leading companies fueled by AI. Try Labelbox for free today.
How does change happen? How did a revelation by an 18th century English physician usher in the dawn of immunology and the modern vaccines that today protect everyone you know? How did two brothers with a boyhood dream to defy the law of gravity launch an era of flight where 6 million of us now take to the skies every day? How did the need for collaboration at 4 leading universities set the cornerstone of the internet that today digitally connects us to the totality of human understanding? In the tradition of these breakthroughs, NTT Research tackles the most challenging scientific questions of our time in an effort to further humanity and the lives of us all. Every day, we strive to create a smarter world for the greater good. Because at NTT Research, our mission is not just to change the world, it's to upgrade reality.
Water flow. Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. 0, 1. Affirmative.
Keep going, baby.
Still rising. Recorders.
Keep going. Look at her go, hon.
There's greatness inside you, just waiting to be uncovered. It's a journey, a change in mindset. So let's get going. Let's grow with engaging content and a learning experience designed to help you be a better you. This is a commitment to continuous learning in an ever-changing world. Because you're an asset worth investing in. You are invaluable. Find the greatness inside you with Skillsoft.
Hey, I'm Joe, and Graph Plus AI is transforming the world and is with me every day of my life. From the time I get up, Google, what does my commute to work look like?
32 minutes with moderate traffic.
To knowing my payment is secure when I buy a cup of coffee. And when it's time for my meeting, I can see how I'm connected to the customer on LinkedIn and which connections we have in common. I can even check the latest shoes for my training session. More importantly, I'll know when it's time to buy the return gifts for Danny's birthday next month. And when I'm back home, I can find the next big show to binge on after the season finale of Westworld. As you can see, I've been doing it all with a graph, from the time I wake up until the end of the day. Welcome to the age of graph.
Hello, have you met Typeform? If you want to grow your business, you should. Typeform is redefining how brands and people connect in the digital world with vibrant forms, surveys, quizzes, and asynchronous video solutions designed to keep the conversation going so you can engage with new and existing customers simply, seamlessly, beautifully, leading to more responses, higher completion rates, and the data you need to accelerate growth. It's that simple. Want to learn more? Say hello to Typeform.
How can the right partner help your business build something wonderful? Intel helps you get the most out of all your data by deploying intelligence exactly where it provides the greatest value, powering your business to find new insights, unlock new revenue, and discover fresh opportunities from edge to cloud to data center and everywhere in between. Together, let's accomplish something wonderful.
At Capital One, we combine the power of a machine learning model with a cloud-based multi-region infrastructure, making banking better by strengthening the reliability of our mobile app so that our customers can stay connected to their money anywhere. Learn how we're using a cloud-native architecture to fuel the future at CapitalOne.com/cloud. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
The world seems to be spinning faster. New technologies are accelerating our lives. The markets are changing faster and faster. New products and services are disrupting old ones, and huge companies are disappearing. We all feel the speed and the need to compete. Our demands have increased in our private and business lives. We want instant answers and no waiting time. Time is the most valuable asset of human beings. Nobody wants to waste it for poor service. Customer experience has become a crucial competitive factor. Cognigy makes life easier for everyone and service a magical experience. We will help you to improve your service quality and cut costs at the same time. Our platform based on AI delivers personalized experiences at scale. Conversational service automation is the future of customer service. Cognigy AI. No time to waste.
AI itself is at an inflection point, and for a decade, we have set the pace for innovation unmatched anywhere in the market. Together, we're pushing the limits of both human and machine.
The power of AI is now in the hands of anyone that can use it.
We're pushing the limits of how AI can become even more aligned to the needs of every business.
We're seeing a fundamental shift towards making AI more accessible, faster, and impactful for businesses.
Tools like DataRobot can offer us an awful lot of potential.
How is our collaboration helping our customers? This opportunity to build turnkey solutions that help customers accelerate their time to value.
Complete enterprise operations for all parts of the model lifecycle.
You can ensure that you'll never be in the dark when it comes to tackling AI bias.
Welcome to DataRobot AI Experience 2022.
AstraDB, a flexible database as a service built on the open source Apache Cassandra project. It's a NoSQL distributed database that is known for its high scalability and availability. Data is partitioned and distributed around a cluster in separate nodes to increase performance, and replicated to ensure your data is always available. You can interact with your data using REST, GraphQL, and document APIs using Stargate.io, an open source data layer included in AstraDB, or directly with the Cassandra query language in a CQL console. It comes with a generous free tier to get started, and setting up a database is simple. Just log in with an email, Google or GitHub account, select Create Database, give it a database name, key space name, and select the cloud provider and region you prefer. That's it. You now have a 3-node Cassandra cluster in less than 5 minutes. For more information on AstraDB, check out the other videos in our AstraDB playlist. If you want to learn more about Cassandra, check out our Intro to Cassandra crash course or catch one of our weekly workshops. Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next video.
Labelbox is a training data platform designed to help you iterate better. Use active learning to find model errors and prioritize labeling high-value data to improve performance. Accelerate velocity through collaboration, labeling automation, and low-code model training integrations. The result is a streamlined workflow, high-quality data, and consistently more accurate models in less time for less spend. We're trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises and leading companies fueled by AI. Try Labelbox for free today.
How does change happen? How did a revelation by an 18th century English physician usher in the dawn of immunology and the modern vaccines that today protect everyone you know? How did two brothers with a boyhood dream to defy the law of gravity launch an era of flight where 6 million of us now take to the skies every day? How did the need for collaboration at 4 leading universities set the cornerstone of the internet that today digitally connects us to the totality of human understanding? In the tradition of these breakthroughs, NTT Research tackles the most challenging scientific questions of our time in an effort to further humanity and the lives of us all. Every day, we strive to create a smarter world for the greater good. Because at NTT Research, our mission is not just to change the world, it's to upgrade reality.
Waterfall flow. Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. 0+1. Affirmative.
baby.
Still rising.
Recorder's on. Keep going. Look at her go, hon.
There's greatness inside you, just waiting to be uncovered. It's a journey, a change in mindset. So let's get going. Let's grow with engaging content and a learning experience designed to help you be a better you. This is a commitment to continuous learning in an ever-changing world. Because you're an asset worth investing in. You are invaluable. Find the greatness inside you with Skillsoft.
Hey, I'm Joe, and Graph plus AI is transforming the world and is with me every day of my life. From the time I get up, Google, what does my commute to work look like?
32 minutes with moderate traffic.
To knowing my payment is secure when I buy a cup of coffee. And when it's time for my meeting, I can see how I'm connected to the customer on LinkedIn and which connections we have in common. I can even check the latest shoes for my training session. More importantly, I'll know when it's time to buy the return gifts for Danny's birthday next month. And when I'm back home, I can find the next big show to binge on after the season finale of Westworld. As you can see, I've been doing it all with a graph, from the time I wake up until the end of the day. Welcome to the age of graph.
Hello, have you met Typeform? If you want to grow your business, you should. Typeform is redefining how brands and people connect in the digital world with vibrant forms, surveys, quizzes, and asynchronous video solutions designed to keep the conversation going so you can engage with new and existing customers simply, seamlessly, beautifully, leading to more responses, higher completion rates, and the data you need to accelerate growth. It's that simple. Want to learn more? Say hello to Typeform.
Welcome everybody to Transform 2022, and this is the AI and Edge Week. If you missed any of the content from last week's in-person event, or the virtual Data Week content, it's now available on demand. So click into the sessions to get access to the content within that session. Of course, we couldn't do any of this without all of you amazing humans. We have over 3,000 attendees registered and joining virtually. And of course, we've split this year's virtual event into 6 days and 6 topics. Today, we'll cover AI ML automation. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible without you, but it definitely would not be possible without the incredible support from all of our amazing sponsors. Thank you to all of our sponsors for sponsoring this great event and providing great content for you, our wonderful audience. So this event is being hosted, of course, on an interactive platform. There's a lot of things you can do connecting with attendees and more. You can create your own schedule by starring your must-attend sessions. Once you do this, you'll find them under My Interests, which you'll find on top of the agenda. You can meet other attendees using the network navigation above. You can search through the full entire attendee list, find some amazing like-minded individuals, chat with them, and get to know each other. Of course, don't forget to visit our sponsor profiles, as well as helping to bring this incredible event to you. You should go check out their sponsor profiles and the sponsor navigation above, because not only are they supporting us, but they've provided amazing content, launches, white papers, reports, and more for you to go check out. And of course, just a reminder, the more sessions you view, the more sponsor profiles you go check out, the more games you play, you're going to earn points, and they go to the leaderboard. You can check out the leaderboard to see how you're doing, and you can ramp up your involvement if you're not quite where you think you should be. And of course, you're going to get the chance to win some great prizes. Remember that you can ask questions. I'm sure that as you hear this incredible content, there's going to be some questions burning through your brains. So use the type chat box on the right-hand side of the session. If the speaker is available to answer your questions, they'll be waiting right there to respond and give you the answers that you need. So don't be shy. And of course, if you want more information about how to utilize this very platform, we've put together a nice, quick, easy how-to video. You'll find it right in the agenda. Another week, another push for the campaign to bring back the hashtag. So the official Transform hashtag is hashtag VBTransform. Join the conversation using hashtag VBTransform anywhere that you can use a hashtag, or tag us on VentureBeat. So let's get started. It's time to get the day kicked off. Click into the next session at 9 a.m. to see the first of our sessions with Paul Fabra, Chief Risk Officer from Visa, talking about securing cryptocurrency. I will be super interested in this, and you should not miss it. So we are kicking off Transform's AI and Edge Week with an interesting and amazing topic. We're talking crypto and how to secure it. I'd like to introduce Paul Fabra, Chief Risk Officer of Visa, and Michaela Boyd, partner of Bain & Company, who are going to be discussing security concerns around digital currency fraud and how Visa is investing in AI and data infrastructure to ensure safe and smart money movements. Over to you, Michaela and Paul.
Hello, I'm Michaela Boyd, Financial Services Partner and Head of the Americas Strategy Practice at Bain & Company. And welcome to this Transform 2022 Fireside Chat. Today, I'm speaking with Paul Fabra, Chief Risk Officer of Visa, on the topic of fraud's next frontier. Before we get started, Paul, would you mind giving the audience a little bit of your own background and what brings you to the conversation today?
Thank you so much, Michaela, and appreciate this forum. I think it's a great opportunity to talk about what's happening in the ecosystem of payments. I started my career early on in banking back in the early 80s. From there, I've been pretty much associated to the banking industry, both on the issuing side as well as the acquiring side for the better part of 30 plus years. Before I joined Visa, I worked for American Express for the last 10 years, where my last job at American Express was the president of Global Services Group, which essentially is all the operating units across American Express, servicing collections, new accounts, etc. Super happy to be here at Visa in my latest job as the Chief Risk Officer of the company. I look after the 21 pillars of risk that we have across Visa, and super excited to have this conversation with you today.
Wonderful. Well, we live in a world now where much of our financial lives exist in the cloud. Over the last 2 years, we've witnessed seismic shifts towards the digital movement of money, everything from e-commerce growth to peer-to-peer payments growth. And in tandem with that, the adoption of digital currencies has just skyrocketed, with cryptocurrency becoming one of the largest digital forms. Before we get into fraud and security in particular, let me start with a question that I know you and I both hear a lot, and one that I know you have a definitive point of view on. Are digital currencies and crypto here to stay, or is this a fad that is passing?
You know, for many, many years, I think they believe, and I probably subscribe to the model, is that this was going to be sort of a trend of the time that eventually will be going away. But the reality is that digital currencies are here to stay. And I think it's within our best interest, especially anyone that operates in the payments ecosystems, to understand that we need to obviously be protecting those transactions and make sure that we understand that this is not a fad, that this has legs and quite frankly is going to be here to stay for a long time. And so as a result of that, of course, that presents a challenge for anyone operating in the system to ensure that those transactions are safe and secure. But the days of this being sort of a sort of fashion of the week, it's no longer here. I think this is going to be a long-standing part of the economic system.
Very good. As with any rapid growth, digital money movement and cryptocurrency is not devoid of security concerns. But why is securing crypto necessary? Is it not already secure?
It is secure, but what has changed most recently is that we've seen an increased number of players that are jumping into the system to be able to provide those services in terms of becoming exchanges or digital wallets, or folks that actually work in the end-to-end service transactions. And so it is important that we continue to galvanize all of the fraud procedures and systems that allow those transactions to continue to be secure. But I think that what is added some pressure is the fact that we have players that, or the number of players in the ecosystem have increased double-digit rate in terms of growth. And as a result of that, you have folks that come in highly prepared to be able to contend with what fraud challenges they have. And you would have also operators in there that perhaps are new to the system, beginning to understand the intricacies of running a crypto wallet or a processor. And so it is important that we work collectively as an industry to make sure that we continue to galvanize this payment sector.
And can you tell me a little bit more about how you and the broader ecosystem are thinking about securing crypto?
And so I think that there's several dimensions in here, as you can imagine. You have, first of all, the on-ramp into, crypto, whether that's through uploading a wallet or any other device or system, to what happens on the physical transaction that happens through a network, which connects buyers and sellers. And then you have the last leg of this trip, which would be the minting or off-ramp. And so I think that all of us play different roles in here. And I think it's important that we all take accountability for what happens on our side of the equation. In this case, for us, we play heavily on the on-ramp. In other words, there's many of our customers that are purchasing crypto through digital wallets with our credentials. And so we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect those transactions. And this is no different than anyone purchasing anything at a retail store. We protect those transactions day and night, 24/7. And so we believe that this is important that we continue to have, of course, a safe and secure payments system. From there, what happens on the actual physical transaction that happens in terms of connecting buyers and sellers, we have a responsibility to make sure that those transactions are safe and secure. For us, as a company, we don't play on the minting side of the house, but I think that everyone that is operating in the system has a responsibility to make sure that those transactions also are safe and secure. Michaela, one of the things that has changed here is that this is, for the first time, a place where you see a convergence between traditional fraud and the challenges that we have from a VSA/AML perspective. In some cases, it's very difficult to be able to make sense as to what exactly a bad transaction is. Is it a money laundering transaction? Is it traditional fraud that went into money laundering? And so it's very challenging what happens right now in the payments ecosystem as it relates to crypto. And that is the reason why we're working very closely with our clients to make sure that we provide them with the best advice, best guidance, and certainly best products to be able to protect themselves and their customers.
Can you give us a little bit of an example of one or two of the ways in which you're seeing that manifest with your clients, maybe in developing markets and emerging markets?
Well, that often happens with especially fintechs that are new to the marketplace. As you can imagine, they're smaller companies with great ideas, small number of people. They're trying to get their business up and running. And in some cases, they're just not equipped and have the means to be able to protect themselves in a very challenging payment system. And especially with the number of threats that they will come across. And the threats can range from traditional fraud all the way to cybercrime and within cyber, of course, you have ransomware, you have denial of service, you have so many things that could happen in there. And so one of the things that we do, we work early on with our clients to make sure that we provide them with best-in-class capabilities, systems, and solutions that allow them to operate safely. But often what I see is that companies that first want to get into sort of growth mode before they invest on meaningful techniques and capabilities and solutions to be able to prevent fraud, where generally I see big problems. Because by the time you react, perhaps you already have a reputation in the marketplace of being not the best insecure wallet or processor. And so one of the things we often tell our clients is protect yourselves at all times. Don't wait until you reach scale. It's best that you start from early into the cycle, even if it is on small quantities, preventing even the most basic type of frauds like identity theft, as an example. We have a number of synthetic IDs that are operating currently in the system with very robust balances on crypto wallets. And so we need to protect our customers from that, and we need to protect the system, because at the end of the day, everyone loses if, in fact, that fraud materializes into losses.
You were mentioning the investments by startups. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of Visa's recent security investments and how these investments are helping not just your clients, but even advancing more broadly security for cryptocurrency?
So over the past 5 years, we have invested well over $9 billion in securing our network. And that is basically to make sure that it's a safe and sound network, and to make sure that our clients and customers feel safe interacting on our network. And this is a combination of items from the basic components on logical access controls all the way to advanced techniques as it relates to threat preventions, especially, as I said, on the cyber side. We do have 24/7 fusion centers, which essentially are centers around the world that are monitoring every single transaction to go through our network, and to ensure that at the end of the day, those transactions are safe and secure, and to make sure that we protect the payments ecosystem. As you can imagine, a company like ours, the number of threats that we get on an hourly basis, it's high. And so we have a responsibility to make sure that we keep the network operating at peak. As you know, we do have a commitment in the marketplace to operate at 6.9, 99.999999. Which again is not an easy task, but we're very proud to say that our network is resilient, that our network is open and ready for business. In addition to that, we have spent well over $400 million just on AI techniques to be able to prevent fraud. And that ranges from the beginning of the line when pre-screening, when someone's trying to create a synthetic ID or trying to create some sort of identity theft, all the way to the end of the line, which would be the post charge-off. We do have capabilities that allow us to protect our clients and customers from any potential threat in there. And a lot of it is on advanced techniques like AI, certainly big data. And one of the things that is unique about us is the quality and quantity of the data. When you operate on over 200 countries, obviously you have quite a bit of information. And I think that makes our model so robust and resilient in terms of being able to understand what threats you could have in the marketplace. We do have one particular tool that I'm super thrilled about it that I often talk to people, which allow us to understand when a URL has been compromised. And literally within 20 minutes of the URL being compromised somewhere around the world, we actually have notifications of those, and we pass that information directly to our clients to make sure that they know that they need to protect their customers from potentially accessing those URLs that have been contaminated. And we have many of those tools. So the investment has been high. It is not necessarily just on monetary resources. The amount of human capital that we utilize to be able to protect the payments ecosystem is high. And we are super thrilled that we continue to perform well on that.
That's really exciting, Paul. You know, that brings up a whole new set of questions for me around sort of the nature of trust and security as we go forward. And I know that's something that Visa has really prided itself on. It's been a hallmark of your career, just how to think about protecting transactions. Do you think differently about what trust and security will mean as we go forward? And how do you think about that vis-a-vis cryptocurrency and digital wallets?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that industry has, of course, changed in terms of the speed of innovation. And as a result of that, our customers are expecting a lot more from us. And so when I think about trust and security, I see it essentially as a bank that you deposit trust and security, and it is very difficult to withdraw because it is important that our customers understand that timeline, if you will, in terms of being able to build trust and security, or the belief of having good trust and security, it resets every night at midnight. And I'm using that arbitrarily, but there's a timeline. And I think that we need to earn that trust every day, especially in a payments ecosystem that it's so fluid with so many threats. And so we never take it for granted. And we're very humble when it comes to this. We want to make sure that we earn that trust from our customers every day. It is great to have a deposits on the bank of trust and security, but you need to continue to make those deposits every day. And assume again that it's a imaginary timeline that resets every night, in which you have to start from scratch, earning that belief and earning the business from our clients as well as our customers. And as I said, we never take it for granted. It is too much writing on this, especially given the fact that, as you can imagine, this is transactions that can range from buying a pair of shoes to paying a hospital bill. And so we have to make sure that we obviously are prepared to be able to do that. And as you think about crypto, it's no different. As crypto began to be accepted in many, many places, we have to take the same level of responsibility. And certainly, I don't think it's any different than any other transactions that we have going through our network.
How do you and what kind of advice do you give to either clients or even to friends and family consumers as they're thinking about embarking on cryptocurrency? I know I've heard you say it's not for the faint at heart. What does that mean? And what kind of advice do you give to your clients or friends as they are thinking about exploring the adventures and the world of crypto?
So the first thing I would say is that go get a wallet and just invest and be familiar with it, play with it. And I think that will give you a good sort of a one-on-one sort of entry level training in terms of understanding what this is and what it does. So from a consumer perspective, it's about educating themselves on this. And rather than, again, hearing from others, it's like, try yourself. You don't have to start with large quantities, but give it a try. And especially when you know that the transaction is backed up by companies like Visa, I think you should feel secure that at the end of the day, we have your best interests at heart. The second thing I'll say in terms of companies is that as you enter the world of crypto, you have to make sure that your capabilities up to standards and that you have the right tools to be able to protect not only your company, but of course, your customers. I would not recommend anyone getting into the world of crypto, assuming that once you reach a scale, that at that point is the right time to be able to invest on capabilities and again, ways that you can prevent fraud. I think is the earlier you can start, the better you're going to be. I've seen so many companies out there that started with the whole notion of once we get scale, then we'll invest. And I've seen some not good things in there, and ultimately leads into loss of consumer confidence, losing customers, and in some cases, getting into even regulatory issues. Best thing to do, again, is connect with companies like ours and others that specializes on this. We have, just on my group alone, I have a group of scientists that the only thing they do day in, day out, it's looking at and thinking about ways that crooks can get into the system and commit fraud that is strictly geared towards digital currencies. And so we do have the expertise. We spend an incredible amount of time thinking about ways that crooks can actually break through the system, or ways that they can actually commit any type of fraud. And so word of advice would be, reach out to any of us, reach out to our companies or any of the companies that specializes on fraud, that we're here to help you, but don't try to do this on your own. Generally, it doesn't go well.
Well, that's a great, wonderful closing note to end on, and I'm certain you will probably get a lot of follow-up conversations coming from this talk. But thank you, Paul, for your time today, and thank you to the Transform 2022 team for having us both here as a part of this forum.
Thanks so much, Michaela. Much appreciated. Great interview. Looking forward to working with you in the future, and thank you to the Transform team.
That was a fascinating and wonderful case study, Paul and Michaela. Thank you so much for all of your expertise. So in the next session, we're going to be talking to Shutterfly's CTO, Moody El-Bayadi, about how AI and data investment has sparked creativity and customer loyalty. Click and that link right up there to watch this session, which starts at 9:20 a.m. Pacific. So welcome to this session. Shutterfly's investment in AI and data sparks creativity and customer loyalty. Our very own senior editor and writer of VentureBeat, Sharon Goldman, will be chatting with Moody El-Bayadi, CTO of Shutterfly, on how it continues to pioneer personalization with data and, of course, AI. Of course, if you have any questions, you know what I'm going to say by now, use that type chat box on the right. And of course, we're going to get straight into it so that you can think of the questions you need to ask. Please welcome to our virtual stage, Sharon and Moody.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sharon Goldman. I'm senior editor and writer at VentureBeat. I cover AI. And I'm very excited to talk about AI and machine learning today with Moody El-Bayadi, who is Chief Technology Officer at Shutterfly. And Moody, I'll throw it over to you right away to tell us a little bit about your role at Shutterfly and about the Shutterfly family of brands.
Thank you so much, Sharon. It's good to be with you. So in my role at Shutterfly, I oversee all of technology, engineering, infrastructure, and security for Shutterfly. And Shutterfly is really made of, it's a family of brands. And one of our companies is LifeTouch, where we do take amazing pictures in schools across North America, as well as Spoonflower, where we run a large designer marketplace where independent artists create beautiful designs that we are able to use across many different applications. And then Shutterfly.com, our main brand, it's the world's largest personalized photo products company, where really our mission is to take amazing photos and moments in your life and create incredible products that capture moments that you customers care deeply about.
Great. Well, I'll jump right in because there's a lot to get to and really interested in talking about this. I know that Shutterfly has made big investments in AI and deep learning to help make intelligent suggestions and direction to customers that are using their mobile devices. So I was wondering, why make this big investment now? What was missing from Shutterfly's personalized product experience for customers, which I've used myself? What were you looking to accomplish here?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so first, let me just set a little bit of context. Shutterfly is the world's largest photo personalization brand. And every day we help customers turn their memories and photos into products that capture the most important part of their lives. And one of the big problems is, especially with digital photography, in every one of our phones today, we have thousands, maybe tens of thousands. I think last checked, I have 45,000 photos. And one of the things we're trying to solve is how do we capture and create amazing products for our customers with those photos? And so what we look at is, and we have, over the last 20 plus years, we've hosted about 100 billion plus photos, and close to 50 petabytes of data. And one of the things that we have been always trying to do is make it easier for our customers to create beautiful products. And one of the areas where we really try to work on simplifying that process has been, an example, with photo books. And typically, the workflow, if you actually see how customers create photo books, first they start with a large set of photos. So imagine they come back, they came from vacation and they've taken hundreds of photos. And the first part of the process is curation. What am I going to put in my photo book that I want to create? And what we try to do is really look at the problem statement and try to break it down into how would we simplify that. And when we actually looked at the problem, we noticed that customers spend 8 to 12 hours really creating that beautiful photo book that they would be proud of. And we first looked at it and said, okay, how can we bring technology to bear on solving that problem? So this is where we've really focused on starting to create solutions based on multiple machine learning algorithms to help solve that problem. And I can get into that a little bit more here, but I just want to kind of share that broad perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. As someone who spent a lot of hours creating my own Shutterfly book for my parents' anniversary, I can relate to this quite a bit. So I'm wondering if you could tell us about the deep learning model, kind of how it was developed, how it was trained, and kind of what it does.
Sure. And the way we look at it is there's not actually just one model. What we had to do is create multiple different call it smaller algorithms to solve the particular problem. So one of the first ones was how do we help our customers pick the best possible photos in these ideas of, on a trip, you have taken hundreds of or maybe 1,000 photos. So the first model was actually looking at what are the best photos that we think with a high predictability that you would actually want to put into your product, whether it's a photo book or card. The second model was also kind of grouping, this idea of there's some logic to the photos that you have, and whether the grouping could be by relationships, whether the grouping could be by time. There's multiple dimensions of how you would actually group photos, essentially to tell a story. So first was what are the most kind of the most perfect pictures you have. The other one was the grouping, and the third one was really around cropping. And you'll be amazed at how challenging cropping actually is for most of our customers. And when we look at a lot of, when we look at sample products, we see that not always our customers actually get it right. So the other model was to create a way of actually doing amazing cropping, almost professional photography level cropping of your photos. And the fourth model that brings it all together was what we call autofill. And autofill is how we are able to do all those things I just described within about 90 seconds. So you could launch the experience. You can go to Shutterfly.com today, add a photo album. It could be 1,000 photos. And within 90 seconds, we will do all the things I just described. We will scan the photos, we'll categorize them, and then we'll actually be able to autofill them and put them into a beautiful layout. And again, I'm using photo books because it tends to be the most complicated. It tends to be the most complicated kind of product that you would have because it's many, many pages. Sometimes we see customers printing 200 pages in a photo book, very different than a holiday card or an ornament or even a blanket. But one of the fun things you can do with a blanket is you can create a whole family, a patchwork of photos again. And those are the kinds of problems that we're looking to solve. So there are multiple algorithms that we put together to help our customers create beautiful products very, very quickly. Now, after those 90 seconds, what you now have is a really amazing starting point. You could essentially add to cart. You could flip to the book and essentially add to cart, and you're done. Or you now have a much better starting point than the previous process, the traditional process of actually going through every photo and laying them out. And we actually even then we created this auto designer that can also relay out the pictures any way you want. So again, a lot of capability to help you throughout the entire process.
And how would you say the models help customers get inspired? I know that's part of the idea, is like helping them get inspired to create, whatever they're thinking about. So is it really about harnessing, all the data you have to make the right recommendations and personalization ideas? Is it the simplicity of it? Is it the efficiency of it?
Yeah, so we are seeing multiple use cases for the technology and the capabilities. The first use case I described was really you now have a project you're trying to do. So there's a lot of intent. I'm here to create a photo book. But if you take a step back on the inspiration aspect of it, the same set of capabilities also allow you to create almost like a personalized store for you. So when you show up to our site, and we've seen you before, and if you've actually shared your photos before, one of the things that we'll do is we will recreate the store and use many of your own pictures. Back to, again, we're picking the best pictures, we're cropping them, and then we're applying them across a lot of products. And one of the things that we found when we do that, it really does, you see a particular product very differently when it's your own photos on it. So for example, we have these beautiful photo tiles, and there's nothing more striking than seeing a picture, whether it's a picture of your pet, picture of your family. I have one that I love for my 8-year-old daughter on her first day of school. And so what we have again is these capabilities that are able to inspire you by essentially taking your photos and applying them across a host of products. And one of the things that we keep fine-tuning is making sure that those products are going to be relevant to you. The more we learn about you, we're also trying to create a magic store, essentially, that really caters to your needs. So for example, once we get signals that you have a pet, we're going to introduce products that are going to be more pet friendly, that you would see your pet mentioned there. For families, and essentially looking at the different life stages. So that is, again, almost very similar underlying capabilities applied higher, if you call it, higher up the funnel in the customer journey, where we are trying to show you a bunch of capabilities and amazing products that you may decide to choose. And again, at that point, once you're in the experience and you begin to personalize, you could use what we started with and essentially customize it some more and personalize it some more. Or effectively, you could say, this is great, I actually want to put a different picture. And again, we would allow you to accommodate that too. So that's the same kind of technical capabilities applied around in the storefront, in the Inspire store experience versus actually deep into a product creation experience.
Great. Well, I'd love to know about some of the challenges you faced putting this all together. For one thing, as far as building and developing this all in-house, or, buying and implementing outside tools, how did that come about for Shutterfly?
Sure. Definitely one of the core principles is, if there's something already in the marketplace that can scale and that has been proven, we certainly look to use as many tools off the shelf as possible. Because truly we think that, the core experiences, what differentiates us is really the core experiences. But what we found in this example here is a couple of things. One is this is a durable capability, and it is quite unique to what the use cases are that we have. So what we found and discovered really is that by building a small team that can actually really kind of stick to the project and develop the passion for the project, we were able to go much, much further. And this is a project that these algorithms described, this is a continuous iteration kind of, it's a continuous iteration. It isn't, we launched it once and we're done. There's a lot of fine tuning. And what we found is you want to have a small team that could be both responsive to the business needs and the business strategy, as well as responsive to consumer needs. And I think what we found is there wasn't quite anything off the shelf from the kind of categories of technologies that I described that we're able to take in immediately and plug in. Now we leverage public clouds, we'll leverage platform as a service. We do leverage a lot of other capabilities, but for the unique kind of machine learning algorithms that we developed, we found that it was a lot more advantageous to us to develop that capability, maintain it in-house, and continue to extend it, and again, apply it to multiple business problems. And we find that there's really kind of an endless backlog of different capabilities applied to how you engage with customers, how you communicate with them, whether it's in email, so it's whether you communicate with them offsite, onsite, or actually deep into a product experience. So for us, our decision was really build the core capability, maintain it, and continue to extend it.
That makes sense. I'm definitely wanting to hear about sort of what the response has been to this offering by customers, and also what outcomes you've seen from this investment in deep learning and AI to make this happen, to make these experiences possible for people. Can you talk about that, about the results so far?
Yeah, absolutely. What we are finding is there are different customer segments. I think, and I actually compare it to someone that wants to spend time cooking and making their own meal, and they enjoy the process of cutting the carrots and chopping the carrots and chopping the onions, and others just want a beautiful meal already done and served. And what we found was the technology really, really excels at the automatic product creation, short for what we call APC. If you have a limited amount of time, but you also want amazing amount of credit for the product that you actually built. So the technology really shines in, again, accessing your photos, quickly scanning them, quickly putting them in a beautiful layouts. So we found for one customer segment, they really, really love it. Other customer segments, they love the start of it, but they still want to extend. So, so depending on your starting point and how much time you want to use, and it's similar. What we find is some customers love the experience of creating a photo book. And so it's almost like when you automate something too much, you almost take a little bit of the joy that they have in the experience. But not everybody has the time, not everybody has the patience, quite frankly. Others just want, a beautiful product. So that is a lot of early signals there, and we continue to enhance it based on the learnings and what we're seeing from our customer feedback. The other side that has definitely been very, very powerful is this idea about creating, and the vision is really around this idea about creating a custom store for every individual. Every person who shows up to Shutterfly.com gets a very different experience that's catered to them. And again, what we're finding is, the more we're able to do that, the more we're able to use your photos in as many products as possible as you're going through that phase of getting inspired, whether you're looking for a gift, or looking to create a new product to capture something important, an important milestone event. The more we're able to do that, we definitely see an uptake in project starts, and again, in higher engagement, just because, people get inspired when they see photos of themselves and their families and their pets on already existing products. And it just takes more friction out, is kind of the one broad view is you can just click and personalize and start working on it immediately. So it's a way to kind of both inspire, engage, and kind of, get that first step started in the process.
Great. So last question, not surprising, is what do you see going forward in the future? Is there anything that you wish the AI could do that you think, new tools might be able to make possible for Shutterfly customers that doesn't exist yet? What do you see coming down the pike, I guess?
Really, I think the vision is can we become your personal assistant and help you remind you of all the most important moments in your life. And so one of the ways that we can do that is the more we learn about you as a customer, the more we learn about the important relationships, the more we learn about meaningful times and anniversaries and dates. What we want to be able to do is, to me, this would be amazing, is remind me, hey, your anniversary is coming up in 6 weeks. We've created these two amazing, photo books, or these two amazing products. Can you please look at it, essentially accept it, and it'll be shipped and ready to go. And the more we're able to do that, because, I think that we're in an era where everybody is more and more and more consumed by everything else going on. And it's a little bit like, whether it's Instacart for shopping, it's Uber for ride sharing. It's this idea of how can we help you and how do we give you that heads up early enough in the process so that way we give you an opportunity for you to personalize something, but we could always have ready-made gifts for you for all your important occasions. So to me, machine learning really can be a major influencer in that, where again, we could remind you, we can give you a lot of different options. And the beautiful thing about machine learning is the more it learns, and the more we train it on, those 100 petabytes, and the more we're able to create better and better products and better experience. So that's the exciting thing. It's just that the technology always gets better. So to me, the vision of the future is to really be able to help you manage all those important memories, and again, create some amazing things, hopefully with low effort, but you get lots of credit for it.
Great. Well, there's a lot to come when it comes to getting creative, right?
Absolutely.
Well, Moody Albayati from CTO of Shutterfly, thank you so much for your time. This was terrific, and I really appreciate it. I'm Sharon Goldman from VentureBeat, and thanks so much.
Thanks. It was a pleasure speaking to you today. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was a really insightful session. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Moody. Next up is yet another incredible conversation. We just keep on coming with the incredible conversations. We have Simantini Gopale, CIA from Lowe's, to discuss how Lowe's made technology its differentiator. Click the above link, of course, to access this next session. Gives me great pleasure now to introduce Simantini Gopale, the CIO of Lowe's, who is in conversation with Maribel Lopez, founder and principal analyst of Lopez Research. They're going to talk about how Lowe's investment in emerging technologies such as LiDAR, AR, AI, and mixed reality are taking Lowe's from a brick-and-mortar megastore to an omni-channel force. Super interesting. I can't wait for this. And of course, I'm sure you're going to have lots of questions on this topic. You can use that type chat box on the right-hand side whenever something comes to your mind. So over to you, Maribel and Simantini.
Hello and welcome to today's session on Emerging Tech Meets Retail, how Lowe's made technology its differentiator. I'm Maribel Lopez, the founder and principal analyst at Lopez Research, which is a market research and strategy consulting firm that focuses on AI, cloud, and mobility. We'll be talking more about that today. I'm thrilled to be speaking with Simantini Gopale. She's the Executive Vice President and CIO of Lowe's Corporation, one of the largest home improvement retailers in the world. Welcome. It's no surprise that retail is undergoing the most significant transformation it has ever seen, especially as companies like Lowe's with brick and mortar footprint look to turn this into an advantage in what's increasingly an omni-channel world. So let's jump right in and hear from an expert. Let's start from the beginning. Tell us about Lowe's technology transformation journey and how you've gotten to where you are today.
Yeah, very well. First of all, it's great to be here, and thank you for inviting us to kind of talk about our story of Lowe's. And we are, we are in this journey of transformation, like you said very well. And I feel like we have come a really long way. I joined Lowe's close to 4 years ago, and my very first memory is the 2018 Thanksgiving week, which was my first week at work. And that Thanksgiving didn't go really well for Lowe's from a technology standpoint. And, when I was coming to Lowe's, my overall, conversation with my boss now, Marvin Ellison, the CEO of Lowe's, was all around transformation. Marvin's point was that great retailers have a few things in common, and one of those prominent things is technology. And he really wanted to do business transformation fueled by technology. And that was that spoke to my sweet spot. So that's how I was here. And that conversation that happened between Marvin and I over that Thanksgiving weekend, where she said, hey, you know what, everything that could go wrong is going wrong. And I said, Marvin, you're right. And, that was our conversation where we decided that we are going to leapfrog because we were behind, and very well, instead of putting in a lot of effort and then just being equal, it wouldn't have given us the edge that we were really looking for or the change we wanted to drive. But with technology, as you know, you can actually, if you're behind, you don't have to be equal. You can actually leapfrog because you're constantly learning from technology and you're looking at your environment. And that's exactly what we did. And a couple of different things we are on this journey because it's never done. We are on this journey to create just the best omni-channel experience for our customers. We want to become world's most customer-centric omni-channel retailer, and we are on that journey for our customers. And we want to create super associates out of our associates. That's really our vision. And what we mean by that is home improvement space is a complex space, and our customers expect our associates to have those answers about retail, about home improvement, about what product to use, and I want our associates to spend all that time focused on the customers and not focused on the tools and technology they are using. And we want them to have the mobility aspect, the AI-infused products that you talked about. And what we really want them to have is all information, all tools and technology at their fingertips, so they can be totally focused on the customers and not on technology.
It's amazing how you can leverage advanced technologies like AI to leapfrog. So you mentioned AI. I want to dig in on that. How are you using AI to integrate both offline and online worlds for your customers?
Yeah, and very well, I'll give you one example, but we could absolutely talk about more examples. But one of the things we did was, we talked about expertise, and we were making sure that we have associates with the right expertise at the right time in the store. When you go to the Lowe's store and you have some plumbing questions, and then they tell you, well, but the plumbing associate was here in the morning and is not here today. Come back tomorrow. It's a bit of disappointment. It's lost sales, though. Also that is to be considered. And what we thought is, so we did workforce optimization model where what our teams did was they looked at sales at a very, very granular level per store, per category, per item grouping, and they found out when the sales were occurring, when they were happening. And then they matched up with the schedules of our associates and tried to find out as to what do we need when. Like literally we went down to the hours of, okay, between 3 to 6 in the afternoon, this is electrical, the Department of Electrical is where we need people. And then we would make sure that those slots were available for our associates to bid for. And then we made sure that there was expertise available. And so the model was kind of predicting future sales based on past sales, weather, other factors. And then it was predicting the workforce needs. And we have proof to show that our likelihood to recommend went up, our sales went in the right direction. It just felt like our associates felt more satisfaction. That was really awesome because they felt like when they were on the floor, they were meeting lots of customers, answering lots of questions. And so it was basically a win-win and just a huge win for our business. So, we'll continue to find these ways of kind of mixing our, to your point, stores demand along with online demand to kind of figure out as to what are those core hours where we need to have the right associates.
I love that you picked up on some of the contextual intelligence that AI can provide and how it also improves the employee experience. So your associates play an integral role in shaping the customer journey and the experience. So you started with telling us a little bit about this, but maybe another example on how emerging technology is shaping their role.
Yeah, and I think the other example that can be really, it can really inform us as to where we are going. So, Maribel, the other place where customers need a lot of help from those associates is, you're designing your kitchen and you're designing your, cabinets and countertops and stuff like that. Because of digital tools, and we watch HGTV all the time, and we have House and lots of other tools, we want to have a say. We have a point of view. Now, we may not have expertise all the way through, and we saw this as a really great problem to solve. And what we did was, now we have very omni-channel tools. We call it Kitchen Planner, where you can actually go and start designing your own kitchen. You can start from some sort of a stock, like you have an island kitchen, you can start from that stock plan, but then you can keep customizing what cabinets you want, what colors, countertops, and stuff like that. Now, you could start doing that and have the empowerment and control. But what we wanted to do is we also wanted to make sure that you could take help if you needed. And so what we have observed is we have a group of centrally housed kitchen specialists. So then what happens is, let's say you do part of the work and then you're like, but I think I need to talk to somebody. And then at that time, you can connect with the kitchen specialist. The kitchen specialist can see what you have created. So instead of asking you questions from the very beginning and you feel like I just did this and I'm answering all the questions all over again, they kind of pick right where you left. And you can tell them like, hey, I was trying to add the island, but it wasn't fitting and the dimensions and stuff. And they can kind of say, yep, I got it. They can fix that. And then they can superimpose their changes on your plan. So you can keep seeing what changes are they making. And you can actually practically just keep going back and forth and fixing the way you want it to. And then finally, you have the whole bill of materials. You could either buy it online or you could go into a store and buy, because they can see, because it's omni-channel right from the get-go, they can see everything that you have done and they can actually buy it for you. Like this healthy given back and forth between associate and a customer. Help when you need it, but empowerment and a little bit of alone time and planning time when you need it. We just felt like that's a great combination. We also went ahead and did with Google in the Google I.O. last Google I.O. We also went ahead and announced something called as Infinite Kitchens, which also gives you a really nice visual representation of how your kitchen will look like. So we are on this journey to make the experiences great for customers as well as associates.
That's a great example because it's a complex example that can require a lot of back and forth. So it's good for the employee experience and the customer experience at the same time. So one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, what's the most significant change Lowe's has seen due to adopting these new technologies?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the change has been so significant for our business. And I think home improvement has always played a big role, but Maribel, every time you move, you get into a new house, you want to improve your current house. I mean, every stage, home improvement plays a big role. But pandemic, I think just, your home probably is your office right now. One time it was probably your gym, your entertainment space and everything, and I think in many ways, lots of things have changed permanently. There are some changes which are permanent. And so home plays an even more important role now than ever, we think. And so those changes, we have been students of the change and the environment, and it's always good for a technologist to be students of what's happening in the consumer's life. And as we are watching that, some of these changes, so what we have done is we have made, first of all, data really, really democratized throughout our organization. And I feel like we really speak the language of data. I mean, of course, we talk about our intuition and how we feel. That is important because there is some artistry in every retail business. But we are extremely honed in on data to find trends, to find any latent problems or issues, any excitement that our customers are feeling, and we should do more of that. So I feel like we became extremely data-driven in last 3 or 4 years. We have really understood that the sweet spot, even in some of our pricing promotion, tools and systems and products that we have developed, we are using AI to make sure that we are nudging the associate and giving them the recommendations, whether it is our merchandising associate, whether it is our pricing analyst. We're giving them recommendations, giving them options, doing a lot of groundwork for them already, and then they take the final decision. Sometimes those decisions are even automated if they are kind of like no-brainer decisions. So we are bringing a lot of productivity because of these tools and the technologies. And lastly, I feel like because of mobility, one of the trends you were talking about, we distributed more than 100,000 mobile devices to our stores, associate population. We improved our networks significantly so that we have access, very seamless access, because we really wanted a very empowered remote workforce from every location, including our stores. I mean, we have 1,800 stores. And so what we have done is mobility has been a big part of the transformation we have driven. And our associates are able to help you, whether you're in the aisle, you're just looking at stuff, they can buy it right for you right there. Don't have to go back to the register. If you're out in our parking lot buying mulch, don't have to go to the register. If you're in the garden center in one corner, I mean, these stores are really large. You can just run some information for you right there. If you have any questions, I can just be on my device answering all your questions. Don't have to go to the back room. And so that also has been a really big, I mean, that has been one of the big things of creating that super associate, is to make sure they are equally empowered and knowledgeable in any corner of the store. They don't have to be tethered to a terminal. And that has been a big theme as well.
I think data-driven combined with connectivity and mobility is a fabulous advancement for an organization. Now, while many companies are investing in AI, the challenge is implementing these technologies successfully. What are the best practices when moving from proof of concept to production?
I think, Maribel, one of the biggest things that I have learned over time is not to over-engineer. Sometimes we feel like, oh, I have to have the best optimization model before I go to market or go to my customers or, associates. And unless and until it is like super perfect, I'm not going to go out there. And I think that kind of puts you in a little bit of an analysis paralysis. And then I just feel like it just keeps like, it feels like a moving target. And I think what we have done is we have always, we are in product model. We practice agile very significantly. And what we have decided is we'll find out what is the biggest problem and start from there. And the first set of tools could be quite rudimentary. It could be just giving a lot of visibility, putting a lot of numbers in front of you, kind of highlighting some of the exceptions or outliers. And we watch as to how are they reacting. What did they like more of? Where did they gravitate? What reports did they access more? What did they click on? And that really continues to inform us as to what is the next thing to do. And we continue to make sure that we are learning from those lessons and then evolving. And then it may lead us to a really sophisticated AI model. And we may go there. But sometimes it's not technology for the sake of technology. So if there is just visibility and reporting that is solving the problem, I mean, that's great too. So we would kind of stop where we are getting our maximum benefit. And I think that is one of the lessons learned that I found. The other thing is as AI matures, what I have found, Mabel, is there are lots of questions that come up. And if we are not able to answer those questions successfully, or we don't have bandwidth to answer those questions, I think it doesn't go so well. So I'll give you an example. We have AI in how we do sourcing of the product. And what I mean by that is when you buy a couch from Lowe's, we decide what is the best place. If you live in a certain part of the country, what is the best place to ship that to you from, which is great for our supply chain, but it's great for you from a speed of delivery perspective. And, there are hundreds of locations that we could send you from, and we choose one. And there is always a question of why did we choose this location and why not this other location? And the number of questions we were getting from our, supply chain associates, that was pretty big volume. And finally we said, you know what, we just need a product to answer these questions so that they don't have to ask a engineer or data scientist all the time. And then we came up with a product to graphically show very nicely as to why was this node chosen versus some other node. And you could actually click on different nodes and kind of find reasons. And they started answering their own questions and then didn't take bandwidth of an engineer and data scientist. But more importantly, it really established confidence in that AI model. And I think change management, establishing a confidence in that model, making sure you're taking care of the drift, because over time that model is going to drift and you have to have continuous care and feeding so that you can manage that drift. And these are some of the things that have been my sort of lessons learned, and we are applying those in those.
Those are perfect examples of actionable things people can do today. Thank you so much for your time and insight, and we look forward to hearing more from you soon.
Thank you, Mabel. This was great talking to you.
Thanks so much for that great conversation, Maribel and Simantini. Lowe's is definitely paving the way in creating a better omnichannel retail experience. Now, our next session covers the important topic of responsible AI with Miriam Vogel, President and CEO of Equal AI. So, of course, click the above link to get to this session. Okay, so in this session, Victoria Espinel, President and CEO of BSA, talks to Miriam Vogel, President and CEO of Equal AI, about the necessity of implementing responsible AI now. I'm sure this one will generate a lot of questions, and you know where to go. Just put them in the type chat box on the right. So without further ado, and I'm personally fascinated in the subject, over to you, Miriam and Victoria.
Hi, everyone. I am Victoria Espinel. I am the CEO of BSA, the Software Alliance. I head up a trade association that works on global technology policy issues for the software industry around the world. And one of the issues that we care about a lot at BSA is artificial intelligence. So I am so delighted to be here with Miriam Bogle today to talk about a very important issue, which is how we reduce bias in artificial intelligence. Miriam is someone I've known for a number of years. She is an absolute rock star. I first got to know her when we were both at the White House in the Obama administration. She is now the CEO of a great nonprofit called Equal AI. And she has also been asked to chair President Biden's advisory committee on artificial intelligence. So every day, Miriam is having a significant impact on very important issues related to artificial intelligence and how technology affects all of our lives. So Miriam, welcome. Really excited to have this conversation, and let's just jump right into it. You spend a lot of time thinking about and working on how to reduce negative outcomes, what is often referred to as bias or discrimination in artificial intelligence. So can you talk a little bit about why that's such an important issue today in particular, and what role Equal AI has to play in this?
Yes, Victoria, thank you for your generous introduction. And I'm so glad I get to have this conversation with you, because it's a conversation we often have, and it's nice to be able to share it with you all, the audience, especially because Victoria also is such an expert on this topic. So we'll make sure to pull in your insights as we have our conversation today. So why is bias in AI something we all need to think about today? It's because AI is fueling everything we do today. Perhaps an overstatement, but not far from it. And if you think about the ways just today that you've used AI, whether it was to get to a site more quickly through GPS navigation, whether you've been looking on the side at your Twitter feed or Insta or other algorithms that have made sure that you are informed, entertained, there are so many ways that it is making our life better. But what we have to understand is that there are many risks inherent in AI. And as users, as those building, creating, deploying AI, we need to be very mindful of the inherent risks in this technology so that it can be our partner, so that it can be as efficient and effective as we all need it to be. Basically, this is about building trust. And you can't build trust with your consumer, with your app, if you're not sure that it's built for you, that it's safe for you. And so this is a particularly important time for us to talk about it because, as you well know, Victoria, this is a time where there's a little bit of gray area when we're talking about what the rules of the road are. So while the consequences can be dire, while someone may not be given the right healthcare services or given an opportunity in finance or in their an employment opportunity, we won't know for some time. The litigation will come. We're not seeing all of it today. The regulation will come. We're not seeing all of it today, but yet what we're building and using today will be playing out in the coming years when the legal space is a little bit more clear. And at that point, we can't unpack the AI systems that we've become so reliant on and that have become intertwined. And so right now, today, is the time for us to be very mindful of what we're building and deploying, making sure that we are assessing the risks, making sure that we are reducing those risks so that we're not creating the harms and liabilities that we will be otherwise.
So what I hear you saying is that this is a really pivotal turning point. And there's been research in artificial intelligence that's been happening for decades. But the point you were making about how we use it every day is the fact that the commercialization of artificial intelligence and therefore the use of AI by the general public, that's still relatively new. And as you said, we're still working out what those rules of the road are going to look like. That leads me to an obvious question about what government should be doing. But I want to come back to that in a little bit and talk first, or ask you first, what should private companies be doing? So there's companies that are investing a great deal, including many of the companies I represent, in developing artificial intelligence. But there are many, many more companies that are using artificial intelligence in different ways. And I think many of those companies are really interested in trying to figure out what they can do to mitigate the risk of bias, to try to use artificial intelligence in the most responsible way. So what suggestions do you have for what companies should do, what the private sector should be doing, whether they're creating artificial intelligence or using artificial intelligence?
Well, something we obviously have both given a lot of thought into. So thank you for the question. At Equal AI, we focus on three main stakeholders because those we think have key responsibilities and abilities to do the right thing to make sure that our AI is as inclusive and effective as it can be. We focus on businesses because they are the ones that are building and deploying the AI systems, they're acquiring it, and leveraging AI as an ability to do more that's impacting so many of us across the globe, hopefully in good ways, but they have the power in so many ways to make sure that that is the case. We also work with policymakers, which we'll talk about, and we work with lawyers, actually, because we think lawyers can play a key role in supporting companies, making sure that we are using all the best practices and frameworks to make sure that we're doing this properly. So what are some of those best practices? Some of it's a matter of thinking about good AI hygiene. This is somewhat of a new concept, but it really doesn't need to be, because what we're talking about is good governance in the same way that we would think of it more generally. It's about accountability. It's about building trust. It's about building a culture where the employees and ultimately the consumers know that doing things in the right way, making sure that they're safe, protected, and it will improve their lives, the products and the AI-enabled systems that they are benefiting from, has been put through the levers and put through the system of a company and organization that is doing this mindfully and intentionally. So what are some of those in detail? Well, it means making sure that you have C-suite focus on what your AI governance will look like. Why C-suite? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have buy-in at the highest levels, you can't get the governance framework in place. You can't get the investment in the governance framework, and you can't get the buy-in to ensure that you're doing it in the right way and that there'll be accountability. And once you do that, then you need to say, is your process going to be? What is your AI use? You need to look at your values, your mission statement as a company, and make sure that your AI use is consistent with those values and not impeding those values. So what does that look like? Well, one instance we know well is in the hiring space. Very few companies are not using AI in some way in their HR functions. Well, have you tested and have you asked the vendors, if you're licensing or acquiring other AI vendors for these HR functions, have you asked them, have you tested for discrimination from these AI systems? Just that basic question is so extremely powerful. First of all, it reduces your liability if they haven't tested for it, to make sure that you know what you're working with and they are on notice that you are savvy to this. But it also is a best practice so that you can make sure that your HR team is supported by AI that is inclusive and not excluding some of the best candidates from being hired, from being promoted, and other ways that you're using AI. And then you also have to make sure that you have a routine cadence. With AI, it can't be a one and done, because the AI will continue to iterate, and you need to make sure that you have a long-term process in place to continually assess whether bias could be impeding your AI systems. Victoria, that one thing we talk about at Equal AI is the life cycle of AI, because bias can embed at each human touch point from our perspective within the AI life cycle. So this means you can't just at one point assess where the bias is, where the discrimination could be orienting. You have to look at your AI across the life cycle and think which bias could be embedding, which are the harmful forms of bias that we want to test for, be on the lookout for, and ensure are reduced, hopefully eliminated from this process, and then putting a process in place to make sure that that is checked from the design, the development, the data that is informing your AI system, which will be teaching it and keeping it moving and learning throughout time. And also the testing phase. I think that's an area where we can really benefit more from including a broader cross-section of the population and really to date have not used this piece of the puzzle enough to make sure that our AI is safe and inclusive.
So there are a lot of steps that companies can take today, and Equal AI has a badge system that helps companies, walks them through those steps and how they can incorporate them into their processes in a way that makes sense for them. It's a fantastic program. The question I want to ask you about, though, is a little bit personal in a way. So you were at the Department of Justice and the Obama administration. You were also at the White House, at the Domestic Policy Council. From being inside the administration, I would say that was an administration that thought a lot about technology and how technology can have both positive and negative impacts on society. You started Equal AI, including this badge program that helps companies think about these issues. How do you think your experiences in the administration, did they impact how you thought, how you thought about Equal AI when you started it, or the badge program when you were designing it?
100%, yes. First of all, because we all are all a product of our experiences. So in that way, I would say, even without my knowledge of how specifically it impacted me, yes, absolutely, but also in ways that I'm very clear on. When we worked together at the White House, there was many projects we had in common that used technology for good, as well as making sure that it was safe. One way that I had experience in the bias piece while at the White House is I had the privilege to lead President Obama's Equal Pay Task Force. And there we saw bias in the workplace and how it became this repeated cycle where throughout someone's career, their pay, their opportunities could be perpetually limited by this human bias in our systems. So then when I went back to the Justice Department, I had the privilege of working for Sally Yates, who asked me to help create a program of great importance to her, and that was creating implicit bias training for federal law enforcement, because she saw the through line. She knew that this is dealing with the same issue in another venue. And likewise, those founders of Equal AI, I was so fortunate, thought about bias in AI in a different context, because several years ago, I think people really limited this conversation to the programmers. And that's just unfair. First of all, because we can't expect them to solve the problems of humanity by themselves. I mean, this really has to be a multi-stakeholder approach, as you know well. There's no way that one division, one person, one position can answer all these questions on their own. We can only imagine as broadly as our experience and creativity allows. And the more perspectives we bring in, the better. I would certainly argue every day of the week. And so I bring in the lens of having worked in policy, having worked in law, and knowing that there are many unknowns in AI, but that's not new. That's how technology and innovation have always been. And what our job is to figure out best practices, some traditional, some new for the medium, to make sure that this age-old issue of bias doesn't replicate its scale in the way that it could be in this new medium.
So there is so much happening in terms of artificial innovation, artificial intelligence innovation in the United States. And a lot of US companies are real leaders in the space, but the United States is not the only place where artificial intelligence is being developed and created and used. And what that means is that the United States government is not the only government thinking about these issues. In fact, a number of governments around the world are actively thinking about this. So are there a few governments in particular that you would cite as being really immersed in artificial intelligence policy issues?
Absolutely. I would say actually more and more. I mean, as you know well from your international conversations, I would say every week we're seeing another country that is getting more involved in this. I think in particular, we all have our eyes on the EU right now. As we know, they are creating a GDPR-like regulation of AI, and we know that they can do it because they did it in privacy, and we can expect that they'll follow suit in AI. We already have the draft out. It's a risk-based approach where you are regulated based on how high level of a risk your AI is deemed to be under their formula. So all eyes on them, but there's many other countries that are also building frameworks, best practices, laws. You know, a few years ago, we wouldn't have said the US is taking a lot of initiative here, but I think we can all say that we can expect a lot out of the US in terms of AI regulation. For instance, EEOC and DOJ recently came out with an unprecedented joint statement in how they will be making sure that AI used in HR systems is not discriminatory based on disability. Another way that we've seen a consequential development in the US is with NIST. They were congressionally mandated to create a risk management framework. On their own initiative, they built out a separate publication, which I highly recommend everyone read through because it is so thoughtful and comprehensive and helpful. Most importantly, Special Publication 1270 on addressing bias in artificial intelligence. So that's already online and published. Separately, they have several iterations of a risk management framework. And why this is important is because they will be setting the standards on what best practices and expectations will be for organizations that are building, deploying, using artificial intelligence. And we know they're also the agency that built similar frameworks for privacy and cybersecurity, facial recognition, other areas where we know their work has been impactful. We also can take relief in the fact that they have taken on the multi-stakeholder approach. As you know from participating in several of these workshops they've had, their workshops have been public. They've involved multi-stakeholder ethicists, academics, industry in each conversation. They invite engagement in any form, whether it's in discussions, written form, and you can see that in their work. So they currently have a draft of the risk management framework online. A new draft will be out this summer, and they're expecting to have the final by early in the new year.
So we are almost out of time. I want to ask you one final question that I think the audience will be very interested in. Just give a very macro answer. So you were recently asked to chair the President's Advisory Committee on Artificial Intelligence, which is both a great honor and I think a great coup for the U.S. government to have you in that position. What is the committee going to do?
We're going to have impact. I know that because there's 27. I know that we have selected chairs of each working group who will ensure that we will have impact throughout the year, by the end of the year, and within our 3-year time frame. So we are very fortunate that you've agreed to serve as chair of the Trustworthy AI Working Group. We have one on international collaboration, research and development, competitiveness. We have one coming out on law enforcement that hasn't been announced yet. So we're really thinking through what are the different ways that we need to act quickly to ensure that AI created, developed, used in the US is safe, efficient, and inclusive. I know we have the right people to make sure we can do that, and I know we are laser focused on making sure that our recommendations are useful to the President and the White House, to whom we've been advised to recommend these opportunities within the year, and I know that we will deliver.
Well, there is no one better to chair the committee. There's no one who's more involved in the middle of all of these issues right now than you, Miriam. So thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a real pleasure to have this conversation.
Thank you, Victoria. What a pleasure to have this conversation with you.
Victoria and Miriam, thank you so much for that incredibly important discussion. We need to continue putting this in the forefront of what we do as AI leaders. There's lots more to discuss around this, I'm sure. So next up, we have a session with eBay AI leaders on how the company is helping retailers with immersive 3D product visualization with low-code, no-code tools. So of course, click the above link and access this incredibly interesting session that's coming up right next. All right, so now it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Stephanie Moyerman, PhD, former Senior Director of Risk and Protection at eBay, and Nitsan Mekil-Bobrov, PhD, Chief AI Officer at eBay. Stephanie and Nitsan will be joined by our very own Sharon Goldman, senior editor and writer at VentureBeat, and they'll be discussing how they are leading eBay's AI team to make eBay an AI-first company by implementing low-code and no-code solutions. It will be a fascinating conversation. And of course, it will fire off a lot of questions. So you know where to go. Go to that type chat box on the right. And don't forget, the more you interact with the chat box, with the sponsor pages, with the sessions, you're going to push yourself up that leaderboard. You might win some wonderful prizes. All right, enough pushing the leaderboard. Let's get into it. Please welcome Stephanie, Nitsan, and Sharon.
Hi there and welcome. My name is Sharon Goldman. I'm senior editor and writer at VentureBeat, and I'm excited to be here talking with eBay for our fireside chat. I'm going to let Stephanie and Nitsan introduce themselves, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Moyerman. I am a PhD in astrophysics working now in the AI domain. I'm the Senior Director of Risk and Trust Science at eBay, and I live in San Diego, California.
And I'm Nitsan Mekel-Bobrov. I'm the Chief AI Officer for eBay, and I also lead our Tech Innovation Program. I am joining you from New York City.
Great. Well, welcome, Stephanie and Nitsan. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I cover AI at VentureBeat, so really looking forward to this discussion. I'll start out by asking you about your customers at eBay, how they experience and use AI for e-commerce at eBay today. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So, eBay has been a pioneer in the use of AI to improve customer experiences for years, since really AI became a cornerstone of e-commerce and internet commerce in general. But most of the experiences that we've focused on historically have been primarily behind the scenes: recommender systems, fraud detection systems, predictions of customer intent, etc. These experiences are really important in how we use AI, but they in themselves are not experiences that couldn't be done without AI. We are now increasingly investing in what we could call AI-led experiences, or the kinds of experiences that are even made possible because of AI, and that without AI were not possible beforehand.
So our goal at eBay is to make the use of AI seamless, but also transparent. As Nitsan said, we've been operating with AI driving a lot of the forces behind eBay for many years behind the scenes. What we want to do is integrate that as a part of the natural buying and selling experience and flows. So we want to give AI front and center tools to our sellers so that they can enable a different customized experience for their buyers without having any impedance there. And for the buyers to interact with the products of those AI, for instance, our 3D rendering, so that they can cruise through it, reap the benefits of it without ever having an experience that doesn't feel normal or natural on the platform.
Yeah, well, certainly low-code, no-code tools, these are, big in the landscape today. I was wondering if you could talk about why these tools are so important right now in the context of e-commerce in terms of the trends that are going on there.
Yeah, so let me jump in. I think what's really interesting, Sharon, in how eBay thinks about low code and no code, especially when it comes to AI development, is that we are a two-sided marketplace. So we have to contend with the needs, and we enjoy meeting the needs of not just buyers, which is how people think about customers generally, but also our sellers. And we really have to weigh those equally, because our entire reason for existing is to bring sellers and buyers together in that e-commerce context. I think a lot of people, when they hear low code, no code, what comes to mind is the rollout of AI and other software development to non-developers or people with less technical skills within a company. While we do that as well, what I think is more interesting eBay thinks about low code and no code is that we develop tools for our sellers to use in developing experiences for our buyers or their buyers really to enjoy. What I mean by that is we are not really in the business of creating AI experiences for buyers. We're a two-sided marketplace, and therefore we're in the business of creating tools that we can put into the hands of our sellers so that they can create experiences that their buyers will enjoy, will learn about the products, will experience the products as closely as possible to as if they're in the store rather than it being online. And that really is a whole other level of complexity than what I think most people think of with low code applications, because think of the enormous variation that we have to contend with in terms of the technical skill sets and the even technologies that they have at their fingertips when you talk about all these kinds of sellers. And remember, eBay has sellers that are professional brands. They have sellers that are small businesses, but sellers that are, mom and pop stores, as well as just, people who are buyers in themselves, but are also selling some things that they have in their own garage. So we have to all of those kinds of customers when we're building these tools for them to use.
I think one thing that's important when we think about this tooling is that there's a sort of ownership that brands want to take over the brand themselves, right? And so they want to be able to harness their own experience and drive their own customer experience, while at the same time still reaping the benefits of like the large scale reach, safety, security that you have by shopping on a place like eBay. And by giving them self-service tools that anyone can own and operate, they can customize their own brand, the experience that customers, that buyers get when they come, and the buyers can independently choose, hey, I like the way this brand feels in a world that's moving more in that direction. And so by offering these tools that are, self-service AI, that are low code, no code that anyone can access, this makes a differentiator in the market so that you can still use large scale e-commerce on a smaller scale for any independent entity.
Yeah, I just imagine so many eBay sellers out there really excited, wow, finally things that they've always dreamed of being able to present to their customer base, they can finally do, which kind of takes us into the meat of this. Well, how does this work? What are the tools? How are they used by different types of customers offering different types of products? Can you get into all of that?
Sure. I thought I'd give a couple of examples from the seller side and one that is a little bit more buyer focused. So if we start with the latter, some that is really designed for buyers to experience, sellers to create, buyers to experience, you can think about 3D. Traditional 3D asset generation, which doesn't really leverage AI, requires a ton of manual work by 3D artists. And it's also very difficult to generalize. You may have created a 3D visualization for shoes, but you basically have to start again when you go to something that has a very different shape, texture, etc. Our mission when it comes to 3D, which we embarked on late last year, is to put 3D into the hands of every seller so that every buyer on the platform can experience the item that they're looking to buy as if they're in the store, as close as possible to that real life experience. So how do you do that with a technology that historically or traditionally requires a lot of human intervention by highly skilled individuals at that, meaning 3D artists? It's not possible. So what AI and computer vision specifically have allowed us to do is to create a process that's really an end-to-end pipeline where the seller can scan. Right now, we're featuring it in sneakers. In the future, will be other items as well. They can scan their item with their own phone. They don't need professional equipment of any kind. And that pipeline is taking that scan in an interactive way, sort of a low code, or I should say no code interactive way with the seller, and creates that 3D asset, turns it over to the eBay cloud, and then makes it available to every buyer that they have on the platform. That end-to-end flow and experience is one that is only possible because of developments in AI, and there's zero manual intervention there. So there's no 3D artist coming in. That the seller doesn't need to depend on that at all. And you can imagine if you are a seller at home just selling a pair of collectible sneakers that you have, you're not going to be able to employ 3D artists to get that done. It's just not worth it. On the other hand, with this technology, which, by the way, can do all of this in a matter of a couple of minutes, it advertises the use of this kind of technology to everyone on our platform. The second example that comes to mind is on our what we call high-speed listing or automated listing. Many of our sellers sell a large volume of products on the platform. And the process of creating that listing is not an easy one when you're dealing with a large volume. And so what we're really striving to do is to create a process where as much as possible of the listing is created by AI versus you having to actually enter that information. So we have some examples of this already with trading cards that's already live, and that is continuously expanded to other categories, where you point your camera at the item, and behind the scenes, what's happening is the listing is created automatically by through computer vision recognition of other similar items. And then it has an interactive component in order to identify which exactly of the possible items it is, which exactly is the right one. Again, that interaction with the seller is what continuously makes this technology better and better. The other last thing I'll say on this is that it in itself opens up the ability for sellers that would have otherwise not had the time to have a small business, or an individual, let's say, that occasionally would sell an item, can now list a much larger number of these items, and really it empowers them to use AI in a way that moves them towards really building a small business, which has been in the eBay DNA since it was founded.
And one of the very important things to keep in mind as Nitsan is talking about this is that while there are convolutional neural networks, while there are fine-grained image analysis going on in the background, the user should never have to know that, regardless of who the user is. So eBay's customer base, and by customer I mean buyer and seller, is so incredibly diverse in terms of age, size, geography, that what you want is everybody to just have the same experience, regardless of how complex the underlying technological stack is. At the end of the day, it should just feel like you're taking photos naturally of the thing you want to sell, and all of this is popping up and postulating it in the way that you want. And if not, you still own the experience of adjusting, correcting, and publishing this on your own behalf. And so really, I think about this in terms of how broad a spectrum it is. You have companies worth hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars selling products on eBay that should be able to use this across thousands of listings at a time. And you have companies that are literally just someone in their house that rummages garage sales that needs to do the same exact thing. And they should have the same excitement about using this technology as anyone else. On the buyer side, I think about it from our shoe aficionados. When someone is searching for that perfect pair of shoes, they want to be able to inspect it from all sides. They want to look at all the scuffs and everything. Now, if you're somebody that has a child who loves these shoes, and child, I probably mean somebody in college who collects the original Air Jordans, you might not know but you get the same joy out of looking at these renderings.
Well, this does make me want to go shoe shopping.
Absolutely. One thing that comes to mind as Stephanie was talking is we have that huge diversity of customer types that Stephanie was alluding to, but we also have a huge diversity of products. eBay may be the single most diverse platform when it comes to the kinds of products that we sell, right? You sort of imagine that you could find almost anything on eBay, and that almost anything is really important as we're building these solutions, because what a sneakerhead wants to see for a sneaker is very different from what a car enthusiast wants to see for auto parts, right? And the way in which they can leverage AI underneath the hood can look very similar, but in terms of the experience it's driving, can be very different. And to build those tools in a way that serve the needs of all of these kinds of products. And then, of course, as Stephanie mentioned, all of these kinds of customers as well.
Great. Yeah, when you talk about eBay as a platform, in a way it's just overwhelming. So I can imagine that this, was a big effort. And I'm wondering what the biggest challenges have been when it comes to developing, implementing, promoting, or educating your customer base around these tools. And also, what are the biggest opportunities there, do you think, that you're wanting to let folks know about?
Yeah, definitely a lot of challenges. One thing that we have done very purposefully is tackle these one area or one category at a time. We don't try to boil the ocean or solve everything all at once. We keep an eye on the ball that it needs to generalize eventually, but we start by rolling it out in a one type of product. Could be a category, even a subcategory. We may also focus on one customer segment or a small number of them, rather than trying from the get-go to get it right. One thing that I remind my team a lot of is AI is different from other software applications in a number of ways. But one of the most important ways is that AI learns over time. And so often products are rolled out and they're frankly not that great to begin with. Now, of course, when we roll out products, they're great to begin with, but they then become even more and more great. I mean, think of the various virtual assistants, voice assistants, things on our phone, at our home, etc. When they were rolled out, they actually kept asking again. I didn't understand the question. They would struggle a lot with voice recognition. They would struggle a lot with sort of the semantic understanding. But more and more use creates more and more data, and that feedback loop is what's important. However, that becomes another challenge, which is that feedback loop. You have to create an ecosystem where you're continuously getting that feedback from the customer, and storing that information in a way that can be reused, hopefully automatically, to retrain the models and just to continuously get better and better. And our scale is in itself a large infrastructural problem. The last thing I'll say in terms of challenges is really more of a cultural challenge than it is a technology one. What I'm referring to is both within the company as well as outside with our customers. So within eBay, we need, for AI development, a huge amount of collaboration. There's so many stakeholders that touch that AI goes across. One of the val props for AI is that it can abstract away a whole bunch of workflows that happen on the back end and create a seamless experience end to end. But in order to do that, there's a ton of stakeholders, a ton of teams that need to both give input on as well as adopt and develop within the AI ecosystem. Similarly, even for our customers, as we're rolling these things out, some of them are not used to using tools like these. It's not how they've been doing business for years. And eBay hopes and is very happy when customers have been doing really well for years, right? We just want to help them even take it to the next level as the world is evolving and e-commerce is evolving. But in order to do that, there's a lot of education that goes into it.
I think piggybacking off of this, one of the more difficult things is making sure that that experience first is that native experience that people are driving towards. And you think about these systems and services, Nitsan says, engineering AI is different than what we think of as traditional software engineering. But conforming to the standards that people are used to with traditional software engineering, how long should it take for me to have this experience? That is always a little bit top of mind. And then putting two of the things that Nitsan was saying together, when you talk about AI, it is a self-learning system, right? So the inputs you're getting from your customers back are driving how that system performs in the next iteration. Unfortunately, if you do not have the right education on how to properly use the tools, you're creating a feedback loop that is maybe training your algorithms in a little bit the wrong direction. And one of the things I think about with that is, how do we really make sure with eBay's incredibly diverse base of buyers and sellers that we have people educated to interact with the tools in a way that gives us meaningful feedback so the algorithms can get better generation over generation?
That's a really good point. You don't want the algorithm to go off in the wrong direction. Yeah, I'd love to take the rest of our conversation, these last few minutes, kind of looking towards the future, and pick your brain a little bit about what this is going to look like going forward. So what do you think eBay's low code, no code AI offerings will look like over the next couple of years? And what are some of the new experiences that you see happening in this domain in the near future?
Yeah, I love talking about the future because you can dream big, but keeping it even more tactical or more tangible the sort of next year or two, think about our strategy. We are definitely going to continue to double down on visual experiences, AI-led visual experiences, whether that's 3D, AR, or even furthering the technologies that we've been using for a number of years in terms of visual understanding, content understanding, etc. That investment, though, is going to go hand in hand with further and further democratization of these tools, both within the company as well as to our sellers. And what that means is we're going to need more and more education, as well as investment in infrastructure that can support that. What I think often people forget when we talk about democratization of AI, which of course I'm not only in favor, but part of my role is to make that happen, is that means more and more people using AI and developing AI, which means we need infrastructure that can support that. And frankly, I don't know of a single company where AI scientists don't say that infrastructure is a challenge. Getting to the scale that they want in real time is something that requires tremendous amount of infrastructure, both hardware and software. And that's something that is going to grow exponentially as we democratize and roll this out further. So that's definitely something that eBay will be investing in heavily.
And I think on top of that, there's, we talk about these tools for sellers, but for creating content, there's a personalization aspect that will be rolled out for customers, for buyers interacting with this content, right? So how do we show you the content that you want, that we know you like to see, and how you interact with it naturally?
Great. Well, I have one last question for you. I can't help but ask you also, when it comes to looking to the future, I'm wondering how you see these efforts with AI and e-commerce kind of overlapping with moves in the metaverse, what we hear so much about coming down the pike.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you asked this question because I'm a big proponent of being ready for that transformation. The problem with the metaverse is sort of the same problem we had with AI, which is years of talking about it and people not completely knowing how it's going to play out. And then it suddenly is here. But it's not here in the way that people necessarily expected. And so I think the same is going to be true with the metaverse. We don't know exactly how it's going to shape out, but we're investing in some key technologies that are really core tenets of the metaverse, whether it's 3D, whether it's AR, whether it's cross-platform compatibility, which is something eBay is thinking of investing in. All of these, as well as the kind of infrastructure at scale that I was mentioning, are things that will position us to really continue to be a leader in e-commerce, even as this new consumer paradigm emerges, but also really take an active role shaping the future of e-commerce in the metaverse. And that's something that all e-commerce companies need to take an active role in, because it's no one knows how it's going to shape out, and really it's going to be up to all of us to ensure it shapes out in a way that protects and serves our customers as best as possible.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think no one knows exactly what the metaverse will be, but most people can speculate about the underlying constituent components that you need to be successful in the metaverse. And eBay is aiming not only to have those components, to invest heavily in those components, but to be the industry leader in enabling those pieces.
Well, this has been so great. I could go on for a whole other half hour at least, but we're out of time. So I just want to thank Stephanie and Nitsan for your time and for your insights, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having
us. That was a truly awesome chat about the future of eBay. I'm looking forward to seeing what's ahead. So next up, we have another interesting conversation, this time with Katja Walsh, Chief AI Officer of Levi Strauss, on how Levi Strauss is putting diversity at the forefront of its digital transformation. Of course, click the above link to access this next session. So, welcome to the Fireside Chat, why Levi Strauss & Company is putting diversity at the forefront of its digital transformation. VentureBeat's very own Harry Silverman hosts a conversation with Katya Walsh, Chief AI Officer of Levi Strauss, about real-world tips for companies facing challenges in their digital transformation when it comes to diversity. So over to you, Harry and Katya.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hari Sivaraman. I'm the Chief Advisor for AI and Data for VentureBeat. And today we will be talking to Katya Walsh, who is the Chief AI Officer of Levi Strauss. It's an iconic 167-year-old brand. And some of you might have noticed I'm wearing a denim shirt, and that's for a good reason, because Levi's is associated with denim. It's almost synonymous with denim. So Katya, welcome to Transform.
Hello, Harry and Transform audience. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Great. Thank you for being here, Katya. So I wanted to start off, Katya, with a little bit of history of Levi Strauss. And as all of us know, it's a 169-year-old brand. And its denim clothing is almost sort of synonymous with denims in a way, because I've heard so many people just use Levi's instead of jeans, if you will. And back in the time when the Berlin Wall fell, Levi's was associated with freedom. It was associated with equality, diversity, and in fact, you yourself, as we discussed backstage, as a woman who grew up behind the Iron Curtain, what your experiences were and how your association with the brand began, and tell us a little bit about your role and the progression of that role.
Certainly. So Levi's is not only synonymous with jeans, it invented jeans as a category. Levi Strauss himself, an immigrant from Bavaria back in the 19th century, realized there was a need when there were miners here in the Wild West digging for gold. Levi Strauss observed that there was a need for durable clothing. So he invented this category. He was not alone, but he made this happen. And it's amazing that 169 years later, we still own this category. We're still leaders in market share in denim, but we also manufacture and offer to consumers and fans around the world a lot more than denim. We also offer tops and accessories, some beautiful sunglasses. So I urge everyone to check out the latest at levi.com in the US and in your e-commerce favorite around the world. But in terms of my experience with Levi's, I could not have Levi's as a child. It literally was not available. I grew up on the other side of the Iron Curtain in communist Bulgaria at the time, and nobody could have Levi's. Jeans was not something that you could have. Western brands were not available. Particularly Levi's, though, signified so much more than clothing. It was literally a flag for freedom. It meant the dream, the unattainable. So I did not have Levi's until I actually left Bulgaria after communism fell. But one of the photos and images that just imprinted on my brain, and I will always carry it with me, was this photo of young women and men sitting on top of the crumbling Berlin Wall at the end of 1989, when communism began to disintegrate. And it just so happened that they were all wearing Levi's, which of course made the point that a company can stand for so much more than a product. It can be a platform for social good. It can be a platform for democracy. And that is a key reason why I joined Levi Strauss & Company in 2019 as its first Chief Strategy and Artificial Intelligence Officer, a role that was first in the whole industry, and I suspect will not be the last. And of course, it's a privilege to be in this role at this iconic brand, and I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to talk to you about what we are doing at Levi's in technology today.
Great, thanks for that context, Katya. So the topic of today's discussion really is how and why Levi's is putting diversity and inclusion at the forefront of digital transformation. So talk us through that journey, that you went through, and why it is so important for you in the context of digital transformation?
There are three reasons why Levi's is putting diversity at the forefront of digital transformation. One is diversity is key to Levi Strauss & Company in general. It's part of the DNA of the company. It's part of the environment we seek to create, regardless of whether we are transforming anything. It's just part of who we are. As I mentioned earlier, our founder was an immigrant from Bavaria. He himself represents a kind of diversity that we embrace. He was also a big proponent of equality and inclusion a century ago, more than a century ago. For example, back in the 19th century, he was a big proponent of education, and he established a scholarship for 12 people. 6 of those 12 scholarships were for women. That was at a time when women could not even vote, at a time when women could not own property, at a time when women were deprived of so many freedoms. And Levi Strauss himself did not really think about what was legally allowed. He was embracing equality and living it. And this is the legacy that we continue to live with today. Even after the passing of our founder, the company has stood for what is right. It desegregated its factories a decade before that happened throughout the United States. It supported LGBTQ rights years before other companies started to do that. And it has always stood for what we call the harder right versus the easier wrong. And diversity is an example of that. So one reason is that diversity is within the DNA of our company. The second reason is that digital transformation must reflect the full reality of our employees and consumers around the world. So when we are transforming, we also have to make sure that the next phase we evolve to reflects the full richness of the people that we work with and that we serve as our consumers, the full richness of certainly gender and race and ethnicity, but also backgrounds and interests and beliefs. So there's so many different ways to define diversity, and that's why we don't want to limit it. It's not just about the obvious. It's also about perspectives and thoughts and backgrounds. That is very important, and geographies, of course, which is particularly important in a global company. And the third reason we are so dedicated to ensuring diversity in our digital transformation at Levi Strauss & Company is that it's particularly important for technology, particularly important in artificial intelligence. We know that the algorithms we produce as of this time are still the products of human intelligence, of human limitations, of human biases. So we have to do everything we can to minimize bias. And we want to make sure that we instill diversity in the people that we have, the data that we use, and the tools that we apply.
Sounds good. So, Katya, let's just double click on that. Thank you for that explanation, by the way. That was great and a great context for everybody that's listening. Walk us through. Let's double click on that. Let's walk us through how you're actually practically, implementing. What are the steps that, let's say, if I was an enterprise who's looking to follow in the footsteps of Levi's, what would be the top 3, 4, or 5 things that I would do to ensure that I infuse diversity and inclusion in my teams as well as in the technology that the teams produce?
There are several ways to do that. There's not one model that fits everyone. So one way to ensure diversity is to make sure that you look inside your organization and really do what's right for your organization and not just apply recipes that may or may not fit your organization. But I'll give you one example of something that we have done that has created a lot of impact. It has humanized what could otherwise be seen as intimidating digital transformation. And it has absolutely helped us create more diversity in this field across the company. And that is our machine learning bootcamp. So in 2021, we decided to create a digital upskilling program to be able to meet the growing need for digital skills in our company. We recognize that it's certainly helpful to hire from outside because in this industry, there hasn't been a lot of work so far that has needed these skills. So we have had to import these skills around data science and machine learning and engineering from other companies and from other industries. So we have had to hire from outside. And at the same time, we recognize that we have to make sure that we grow those skills inside the company. And when we looked around, we realized that that was absolutely possible. We have textile engineers, for example. They're still engineers. We have analysts. We have finance people. We have people that may have never had the opportunity to practice these skills, but they have the aptitude and the attitude to master them. So we decided to do something quite unprecedented, to offer a machine learning bootcamp to all of our employees around the world in all functions and all jobs. To be clear, bootcamps like this are not new. Lots of companies have offered bootcamps to their employees. I myself have done that in another company in technology. But in the past, those bootcamps have been offered to people who have at least some background in coding, programming, engineering, or statistics. What is different and shows the commitment to diversity of Levi Strauss & Company is that we offered this opportunity to all people around the company with absolutely no prerequisite for previous experience in coding, statistics, or programming. And that's what made it so impactful. And that's what helped us expand this field to people of all backgrounds and make it truly diverse.
Good. So, Katya, can you talk us through some examples of where you're seeing the outcome of all these efforts, right? You are, as you mentioned, you're building a very inclusive team, a diverse team. How has that translated into better technology, better digital transformation? If you can share with the audience some examples of that, that would be great.
We have seen countless examples just through this bootcamp alone of infusing diversity and helping us tackle problems that we would not have otherwise been able to solve without this aspect of diversity. So to stick with the example of this machine learning bootcamp, and as we speak, this week we are graduating 60 people who have just gone through our third class around the world. But when I go back to the beginning, we did not know how to even make it possible for people of all backgrounds to be selected for this bootcamp. Because to be clear, while it was open to all, it was not for all. The company made a tremendous investment in taking 60 people at a time out of their day jobs and putting them in an 8-week virtual, very immersive, very intense bootcamp. So that takes a lot of resources, that takes a lot of commitment, that takes a lot of sacrifice on the part of the managers who have to do without some of their key people while they're going through that training. But we did that, and after the training, we gave the opportunity to our bootcamp graduates who are now officially certified bootcamp practitioners, machine learning practitioners. We gave them the opportunity to take problems that they have seen in their function and to start solving them through Python and through automation that we taught them in our machine learning bootcamp. And we saw the outcomes. For example, we had 2 retail store managers in that bootcamp. These are people who were literally ringing up jeans before the bootcamp began. And one of them went back to her old job and was exactly doing the same thing after the bootcamp. But she now had new skills. And what she started to do is work on an app and a model that would help her identify the optimal assortment for the store that she manages. She's still working on it. We are yet to figure out how to put it in production because it's not easy to do things like that. But we have a great example of someone who has always been close to the customer. She manages a retail store, and now she has the tools to make sure that she uses technology to create what's best for her customers in an automated way and to continue to always gather data because she is always close to consumers. Another example is someone who used to be in a distribution center who saw that there would be a consistent problem that all retailers experience: malfunctioning equipment in distribution centers. It happens to everyone. It happens nearly every day. And it can have serious consequences for the bottom line because the equipment is not working. At the same time, you have to pay labor costs and you're not shipping e-commerce orders to your customers. So it has implications for customer satisfaction as well. So it's really helpful and important to be able to solve that problem. This particular employee, another graduate of the bootcamp, tackled that problem. She created a model that predicts which equipment is likely to malfunction. And furthermore, she designed an app that over time, as we look to implement it, will be able to dispatch technicians proactively to address a problem before it actually manifests itself and stops equipment from working. That has a lot of implications as well. And it's an example of something we would not have tackled had it not been for the diversity of the backgrounds of our participants. And then another example among many is someone who used to be in our design department, very creative. The beauty of a fashion company like Levi's is that it's really combining the best of science and technology and art. And so art is at the crux of what we do when our designers create new outfits and have new ideas. So we had someone from design who took the first bootcamp, and they were able to create a style transfer algorithm that would process thousands of images from art and superimpose them on some of our iconic Levi's products. Like, for example, the iconic Levi's tracker jacket that I happen to be wearing right now. As a result of the work of this particular design professional who graduated from our bootcamp, we now have a Van Gogh Starry Night tracker jacket, which is the result of this combination of neural networks he created, the diversity of his background, and the bootcamp that we offered.
Great. Thanks for those examples, Katya. So with one last question, I think we have time for just one more question. In the recent years, we've seen a lot of news about gender bias and racial bias and what have you. How have you seen your diversity program develop better technology that is more inclusive? For instance, you make sure that any particular clothing that you develop is suited to the it takes into account all the tastes of various people, various constituents that you're serving. How have you seen that help your digital transformation in your technology?
Well, we're constantly pushing ourselves when it comes to diversity and digital transformation. I actually look at it as the same topic because you cannot have real digital transformation without diversity. And at the same time, we have tremendous opportunities now to use technology to create even more diversity around the world in any organization. So we're constantly innovating. Just the latest example is a new feature in our e-commerce site, See It in My Size, where we crowdsourced photos of people wearing our products throughout the United States, some of them employees, some of them consumers, and it changes the face of fashion, if you will. It humanizes it and democratizes it, and it uses technology to do so that anyone can look at what a beautiful Levi's garment would look like on them without having to go through the filtering process of what used to be the case with certain models or certain photographs that would not reflect the full diversity of what people in the real world look like. So we are always innovating, and the fact that we equate diversity with digital transformation means a great deal for us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Katya. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have, but thank you for sharing your insights with the audience. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thanks so much for that great and much needed discussion, Harry and Katya. I'm sure our audience has taken away lots of learnings. And I feel like I missed the denim shirt jacket memo. I don't know. Next up, we have another amazing conversation lined up. Dan Mute, managing editor for VentureBeat, talks to Vishnu Ram, VP of Data Science and Engineering of Credit Karma. And they'll be talking about how Credit Karma have, in fact, reinvested in machine learning to unlock record growth. We all like record growth, right? Who doesn't want to hear about that? So click the above link and watch this next session. All right, so welcome to the session, How Credit Karma Reinvested in Machine Learning to unlock record growth in its home and auto emerging markets. Vishnu Ram, VP of Data Science and Engineering from Credit Karma, shares with VentureBeat's Dan Muse how they reinvested and re-strategized in machine learning to their home and auto sectors from emerging to growth business units. Of course, if you have any questions at all, go to that type chat box on the right. You know exactly where to go by now. In the meantime, take it away, Dan and Vishnu.
Hi, welcome to Transform. I'm Dan Muse, Managing Editor and Content Director at VentureBeat. And we're happy to be joined today by Vishnu Ram, who's Vice President of Data Science and Engineering at Credit Karma. We're going to talk a bit about how the company used machine learning to pivot during a critical time in its history. But first, Vishnu, if you want to just take a couple minutes and talk about your role at Credit Karma and what you do there and your background.
Hi, Dan, and thanks for having me here at Transform. So I'm Vishnu. I lead data science and engineering at Credit Karma. I've been at Credit Karma for close to 8 years now. I lead the recommender systems, machine learning, data science, data integrations, notifications, and Lightbox, which is our B2B platform for our financial institutions to bring their approval or targeting models onto the Credit Karma platform. And very excited about our conversation today.
Same here. Well, the focus of the conversation is looking at how Credit Karma, and I apologize, my Boston accent kicks in sometimes, so if I say Credit Karma like I'm from Boston, it's because I am. So we're going to talk a little about how the company used machine learning to make an adjustment during a critical time during the pandemic. Could you just set the stage a bit about where you were in machine learning at the time and sort of at that moment in time where things stood as the pandemic was unfolding?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe I'll back up a little bit and also introduce Credit Karma a little bit within the context of machine learning. So Credit Karma has been around for 15 plus years, and it's a data-driven company. It's been a data-driven company since inception. Finances are complicated. We as a company totally recognize it. And pretty much from day one, our thought process has been like, how can we build intelligent and personalized experiences that makes finance simple for our more than 120 million members? Over the 8 years that I've been here, I think when I started out, there were like a few models that were already in production, and we were already doing what were called as approval odds models for a credit card and personal loan products for our members, which allowed our members to get a lot of certainty about what offers that they're going to be eligible for. So I think when I came in, I already had a running start in terms of where the company was in terms of its adoption and exposure to machine learning and models. Over the 8 years, we have made a lot of investments, which I'm very, very proud of. And on behalf of my teams, it's just been like a lot of fun building all of these fun stuff. So I think we made a big investment in real-time model scoring very, very early on, and that's been continuing to pay off. It's continued to pay off in a big way on an ongoing basis. And then we made investments in Feature Store, which was backed up by Google's Big Table, which has also been very, very powerful for us. And along the way, we were very early adopters of TensorFlow for our machine learning framework. We built a machine learning framework called Vega with TensorFlow as at its core. And that allowed our data science teams to have a lot of fun with a lot of different algorithms that you would not think a fintech would be using. And we also made very, very valuable investments in building our own internal experimentation platform. And today, I would say it's like as part of most teams, when they onboard within Credit Karma, they get introduced to this experimentation system called Darwin. And again, something that we're all very proud of in terms of how that has gone. And along the way, I think we really decided that like we're going to invest in using Google's managed services and Google Cloud platform to a large extent as much as possible. And it has really allowed our teams to focus on operating closer to our member problems rather than closer to the infrastructure side, which I think has been a big benefit for us.
So I guess if we look back at 2019 and what was going on with all of our companies and in the world. So at that point, if I'm correct, the your credit card business and your loan business were the primary revenue drivers. But you saw an opportunity with autos, with home and auto to be something you could grow. What made that part of the business, I guess, so ready for machine learning over what you were doing in the other parts of the business?
I think just thinking back to the business impact that we had during the pandemic, it was a very scary time for all of us. Cards, like you mentioned, cards and personal loans have been the majority of our revenues and continue to be our majority of our revenues, Credit Karma's revenues. And right around like April or May, we are in the middle of this acquisition by Intuit. So to a large extent, even the company did not have a lot of options in terms of how to operate. Lenders were tightening access to credit, and I think during a month or so, in one of the months, we saw like a 70% drop in our revenues. And this is a company that's always, I think pretty much from the time that I've been aware of, it's always been operating in a profitable mode, which is again something different that you hear from a lot of other companies. There was a lot of pressure on our emerging businesses. We felt that from our members' perspective, auto and home are their biggest assets. And we knew that these were verticals that we didn't really have a lot of growth historically in these areas. And we knew that there was an opportunity for us to allow these verticals to step up, because we knew that that was going to provide a lot of value for our members at that point of time. And a couple of things that were going on also was that these businesses, they had built out very interesting product experiences that was delivering value to a targeted set of members. But the way the targeting worked there was it created certain niches that they kept working with, and then they just kept optimizing within that niche. So they were really excited about growth opportunities. They really wanted to figure out how to get exposure to more members and then understand what other new product experiences that they need to build to meet the member needs. And I think the way we had certain things that we knew what we wanted to do at that point of time. We knew that given the rich credit report data that we have, that we get from the bureaus on behalf of our members, we knew that we can do a really good job of modeling relevance with respect to auto or home for our members. So we were able to go after that. And then once we knew that we could do that, and like we had proven both in cards and personal loans that we knew how to do that well, we were able to start using our notifications platform and make that our marketing team started using the models and the notifications platform to start broadening the exposure of these verticals. And then we had made some key technology investments for personalization, which allowed our marketers and product managers to rapidly create content and distribute it to our members on our dashboard. But this was, and this had already this was already showing some wins for us in some other areas. And we were able to connect it up to the recommendations engine that we had made investments for like multiple years by that point of time. And it is a proven engine, and it delivered a lot of value for us over the years. So we're able to connect up the pent-up demand from our verticals, which was going to deliver value for our members. We were able to bring together the personalization stories platform that we had built out, and then we were able to connect it to the recommendations engine, and then we knew how to build the models. So all of that started working together.
So it doesn't sound like it sounded like it was kind of growing organically. So was there any pushback or any sort of, I don't know, any convincing that needed to be done on the business side?
Yeah, I think there was definitely a few challenges along the way. I'm not going to say that we didn't have any challenges along the way, but I feel like I mentioned, right, when I joined the company, there were already models in production, and this is in late 2014 I'm talking about. So there was a lot of trust from leadership and from our vertical general managers and what we could as a group deliver for them. So given the trust that we all had, and given that there were other wins that the Stories platform also already had got related to that, I would say this is like as smooth as a project as we could hope for. There were a few things that was challenging in terms of just data collection, and frankly, I think I personally got a lot of learnings out of it. Where you start out, when you start out on something new, you don't really have any data at that point of time, and if you're going to do something which is about understanding engagement and making engagement better and optimizing engagement on brand new content that you've never exposed to our members, you don't really have a lot of data. So you have to start off with some meaningful rules that make sense, but keep monitoring how those rules are working, so that they don't create way too much bias as far as the data that gets collected. Then you will reach a point of time where you have enough data to go build a model. Then you have an opportunity to let the rules and models fight it out against each other. And then over a period of time, I would say it didn't take a long time. Within a year, we were able to get the models to replace a bunch of rules that we had built in to provide the right kind of exposure to these verticals for our members.
And it sounds like what you had said before, based on what you said before, in terms of vendors and that part of the process, that there wasn't really a need for that. But I know that, it was mentioned that you're now processing 54 billion predictions a day, which, I don't know that much, but it sounds like a lot to me. Was there a lot of work on sort of the infrastructure side you had to do, even though you were using a cloud service provider?
I think there's definitely, I talked about the real-time model scoring setup that we had created right at the beginning. This is an internally built system that we felt the need for very, very early on, and we have continued to keep investing in it to make sure that we are able to scale it. Along the way, we started getting it on Kubernetes, and which allowed us to get Google to help us scale the setup. But at the same time, as you keep adding more models and more models and more models, there are a lot of different things that we have done along the way to allow us to reach that kind of scale that we are able to do it today. There are still a bunch of challenges that we want to deal with, and we are also looking at some other. I think that's part and parcel of this area. You always have to keep looking out for other things that cloud vendors are making available. So we are definitely looking at Google's Vertex offering to see how we can get some support from Google to be able to reach the next level of scale that we aspire to.
And any project of this magnitude, no matter how well you scope and anticipate, were there things that surprised you? Were there any of those sort of unknowns that you encountered?
I think going into the pandemic, right? So there was definitely a lot of just uncertainty around for all of us. When are we going to go back to work? When are we going to meet with our coworkers? And how are we going to what does our numbers look like? When is the deal going to close? I think very, very early on, our CEO told us that hey, we need, while the revenue might have gone away, we need to make sure that we are continuing to build and provide value for our members. We need to continue to provide, make sure that we are building experiences where we are continuing to provide value to our members. So we kept doing that. And I think, and then we were working on these projects along the way in terms of helping our growth verticals grow. And for a long time before the pandemic happened, diversification was a big thing for Credit Karma. So we were always talking about diversification. We kept making investments in diversification. But when the pandemic hit us, and when these few projects, we were able to compose them together and deliver value for our members in auto and home areas, and when the cards and personal loans partners started coming back and started loosening their underwriting, everything, the way the company has grown after that has just been like really eye-opening for me personally. We all believed in what we were working on, but at the same time, the end results that we saw at the end of it, I mean, like our auto revenue grew like 1.4x over that year, and then our home revenue grew like 3.2x from 2019 to 2020 and 2021. So I think it's just been an amazing journey.
It sounds like even though it wasn't, probably the reason you wanted to develop, but it seemed like it also created sort of the perfect storm. So do you now have a model in place that you can, I guess, replicate and scale out for other parts of the business?
Yeah, I think definitely, right? So, I mean, the way it's just given all of us a lot of confidence. I think what we really understood well, and like it's a broad understanding at this point of time in the company, is that whether it's a pandemic or a recession or like good times, our members' financial situations and needs are always changing. And as long as we are able to build the right things that leads to providing our members a personalized experience, because a pandemic might hit me differently, might hit you differently, it might hit the man on the street or the women on the street very, very differently. So I think we as a company have really are going to lean into personalization. We've already leaned into personalization a lot. We're going to keep doing that. And what I'm saying is that there is a recession or a pandemic. There is a recession or a pandemic going for someone or the other at all points of time. Internally, from a playbook perspective, I think we've recently started focusing a lot on insurance as a separate business unit, as a vertical. So we know what to do there. We know how to approach it. I think the insurance business unit has a lot of learnings that they can get from like our auto and home businesses. And I mean, as data scientists, we're always looking for better ways to understand the right member opportunity or need. I think these business units provides us with new problems to go and solve. And along the way, I think we have made all these, what I think of as composable technology investments in different parts of the stack. When you are able to build different high leverage investments in different areas, and then you have a nice way to combine them, and then you connect it to what value that we can create for our members. Basically, I think we will see more of this hockey stick.
And I know, unfortunately, we're rapidly running out of time, but I did want to ask in terms of just the sort of the net effect, can you talk a little bit about sort of revenue and how it helped the company, from a bottom line perspective?
Yeah, I think I covered this a little bit earlier in terms of the specific impact for the home and auto. And I would say for auto, 8 out of the last 9 quarters have been like all-time revenue highs. And as far as home is concerned, 6 out of the last 9 quarters have been like all-time highs. And we were able to do this along with growing our cards and personal loans. Even cards and personal loans have been seeing like all-time revenue highs. And the results are out there in the market in terms of like what we have done as a business, and that gets reported as part of Intuit's financial reporting.
Well, I see we are out of time, and unfortunately, I have like 5 more questions I wanted to ask you, but maybe next time we can do that. But thanks again, Vishnu, for sharing the story. It's very impressive, and we will be in touch. And thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Dan.
That was wonderful and incredible insights there from Vishnu. Thank you so much for sharing. Now it's time to jump on your Peloton and listen to this next session. Sanjay Nishani, VP of AI and Computer Vision for Peloton Interactive, presents how Peloton have a new AI-powered device that makes at-home fitness more inclusive and diverse for everyone. Okay, so in this session, we're taking some learnings from Peloton on how to create AI for everyone using synthetic data and advanced algorithms and field testing. Of course, if you have any questions for the speakers, remember to utilize that type chat box on the right. But in the meantime, please welcome to the virtual stage, Sanjay Nijani, VP, Artificial Intelligence and Computer Vision for Peloton Interactive.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sanjay Nijani. I lead the AI Computer Vision Group at Peloton. Peloton, as many of you know, is the leading interactive fitness platform, and most people recognize us for our bikes and treads. But recently, we have announced the Peloton Guide, which is our first strength product and also a first that uses AI technology that runs on a physical device. Today, I'm going to be taking you behind the scenes on how we developed the Peloton Guide. But before I begin, I wanted to acknowledge that building a consumer product really takes a village. A huge shout out to the cross-functional guide team, which made this happen. So what exactly is the Peloton Guide? The guide connects to any TV to transform the biggest screen in your home into an interactive personal training studio. Through this TV streams a wide range of fun and intense classes taught by Peloton's amazing world-class instructors. We have the most comprehensive library of strength movements that use dumbbells and your body weight. While the guide has many great features, such as compatibility with heart rate monitors and use of voice commands, what I'm going to be talking about today is features that are powered by computer vision. And there are a couple of them. The first being the movement tracker that allows you to get credit for work based on whether you're following along to the instructor or not. And the second feature is what is called the self mode, which allows you to compare your form to the instructor's form. So let's dive a little bit deeper into these two. One of Peloton's core values is put the member first. So everything that we do is really centered around the customer experience. The users we have talked to often tell us that a little feedback and motivation you get from metrics is really what keeps them going. For example, you did X movements last week, and this week your number went up to Y. That insight and progress is very motivating. Our user research has also shown that strength users that are working out at home without a human coach may not hold themselves accountable. And this is really what we are trying to solve with the Guide's movement tracker. The movement tracker uses computer vision technology to track members and also recognize their activity. So a class is broken down into movements, and the movement tracker gives you credit for each movement that you follow along to the instructor and complete. You can see this in action on the left over here, where the movement is a goblet squat. The member is following along to the instructor, and as they do, a green sweat drop starts to fill here on the top right. And you get credit for a movement when it gets completely filled. You also see the end of the class summary in the second video that tells you the number of movements completed, along with streaks of movements and achievement badges. You also see the body activity in the form of muscle groups in blue to the right bottom there. And this forms the basis for recommendations of classes to focus on when you come back the next time. The guide thus provides real-time feedback and metric-driven accountability to our members to show progression and also hold themselves accountable. Lastly, I want to talk about the self mode. This is Guide's smart frame technology, where the camera automatically digitally pans and zooms onto the member and centers them so you can see yourself on screen and compare your form to the instructors. Now, there are an array of options on how you can see yourself related to the instructor on TV, but I won't be going into those details. But I just want to point out in this example, the instructor has asked the member to put the feet wider than their hips and ensure toes are angled slightly outwards. And this is easy enough to check on your TV. So having talked about these computer vision features, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what it takes to build Guide. One of the benefits I've seen with AI projects is that it fundamentally drives teams to be agile. AI is an iterative process, where your goal is to bootstrap quickly by sourcing a small amount of custom data used on top of open source data or models to develop a model, deploy it in a test setting, gather feedback and insights, and kick off the next iteration cycle. With every iteration, you improve by performing very detailed error analysis, which tells you where the holes in the system are, so that you can go and collect more targeted data, or if you have issues with your data quality, or perhaps you have to change your model architecture. So it allows you to do more focused enhancements. So what you see over here is the ML or machine learning flywheel I just described. It all starts with data. You start with, as I said, open source data, custom data, and you have labeling and tagging. Labeling is basically providing ground truth data for your supervised models. And tagging allows you to slice data by attributes you care about to ensure that the models have no bias. And of course, we complement real data with the use of a heavy dose of synthetic data. Once you have the data, you move to modeling. And the models that we use are state-of-the-art. We have a person detection and tracking model, which is very sophisticated because it has to work not only for people standing upright, but also people on the floor in prone positions. And once you have a person detected, there are other models that do pose estimation and matching. Some of these use self-supervised techniques, and you have activity recognition models that are used to recognize what exercise you're doing, and these use temporal techniques. And we also have optical flow, which is a classical computer vision technique. These models, different models are combined. They are heterogeneous models, so they're combined using an ensemble, the heterogeneous ensemble, and they have to work on device because, as I mentioned earlier, that the guide is a device that connects onto the TV. Once you've produced a model, the next step is really to evaluate the model. And this is where you evaluate using your test data sets, where you get objective measures. And then this is where the attributes kick in, where you have to make sure that you slice your results and measure it by different attributes to make sure there's no bias in the system. The objective measurements are supplemented by subjective measurements, which is live testing. The live testing can be done in lab, or it can be done using field testing. And we basically do both of those. And it's very important to not only do objective measurements, but also subjective measurements to get feedback. And we also have production telemetry, where we get information back in production. And one thing I wanted to clarify and say what is really important over here is that we do not store any image data on device or transmit it out of the device. So anything that comes back in production is more to do with anonymized data such as pipeline timings or scores. There's no PII data that is stored during production. So once you have evaluated you've done the testing, you start deriving insights from this, and you sort of continue the cycle. One thing that holds all this together is the infrastructure team in the middle, which basically allows you to do all the data label ingestion, allows you to transform it so that the data is available for machine learning engineers to work on, and providing appropriate development infrastructure so their cost is optimized, facility for tracking and versioning experiments and models, and also deployment monitoring, making sure that the telemetry data is captured and is brought back to the team. So that's what describes the whole machine learning flywheel. What I really wanted to also point out a couple of things. One is that while you're testing, we don't focus on average performance. We focus on minimum performance. And this is because we don't want our systems to work on an average. We want to make sure it works for every single member. So this is a very important distinction. From here, I would like to move on to talk a little bit more about what makes the computer vision problem so challenging. What makes the computer vision problem so challenging is the variety of situations that you have to deal with in the real world, especially in a home environment. So you can see that there are many different dimensions. The first dimension is the environmental attributes. So in a home, the background could be very, very different, right? From the walls, the flooring, the furniture, and the windows. The lighting could be very different. You could have very bright lights or low lights, different light sources, shadows, reflections. There could be other people, your family in the field of view. There could be your pets. There could be occlusion between you and the device, and also different people use different types of equipment, like yoga mats, dumbbells, yoga blocks, and if you can imagine, somebody having a black mat, wearing black clothes, carrying black dumbbells. Some of this is not very computer vision friendly. And then the other dimension is around member attributes. So a member itself, there could be a lot of variation over here in terms of gender and skin tone, which are protected by law, making sure there's no bias along these dimensions. And then there could be other things that Peloton really deeply cares about, such as the body type, fitness level, disabilities. So we make sure that we keep that in mind. And lastly, clothing over here. We can see that people wear different types of clothing. Some people wear loose clothing, tight-fitting clothing. So keeping that in mind is also very important. The last dimension is around geometric attributes. And this is to do with how members appear quite differently on the camera based on camera member relative placement. Because the space availability for members is different for different households. You can see that a member might be off-center of the camera, or the camera might be mounted on top of the TV, or there might be a tilt for the camera, or perhaps a member might choose to exercise in different orientations depending on the space available. Also, the member might be at a different distance. So what you really see over here is that there could be a wide variety of attributes that have to be taken into account. So the first step towards mitigating bias in our models is really to ensure that our data is diverse and that we have enough N values across the various attributes and their respective values, both for training and testing. And this can be achieved by a combination of both real data and synthetic data. The real data that we use is data that we source exclusively for machine learning, and it's not production data. As I mentioned earlier, we do not store PII images on device or even transmit it in production. So this is the data that we own the rights to, and we have agreements with the participants. So we'll be talking a little bit more about the real data and synthetic data later. But before that, I wanted to sort of dive into a couple of AI principles that we keep in mind when we are designing guide. The first one is the guide needs to be fair and inclusive. So we do this by using bias mitigation strategies, ensuring first of all that the data is diverse, and also our models do not have any bias. A diverse data set alone does not guarantee unbiased systems. Bias tends to creep in deep learning models even when the data is unbiased. So all our data that is sourced is tagged with attributes, which allows us to measure performance over different slices of attributes, ensuring that no bias is observed in our models before releasing into production. And if we do find bias, we address it by the flywheel process that was described earlier, by doing some deep dive analysis and correcting where the correction needs to happen. The fairness metric that we use is called equality of odds, and it's described over here. For any particular label and attribute, a classifier predicts that label equally well for all values of an attribute. So let's sort of dive into this a little bit more deeper and understand it. What we're trying to predict over here is whether what exercise the member is doing. So we're predicting the person is doing a cross-body curl, or they're predicting doing a squat or a dumbbell swing. So let's assume that they're doing a cross-body curl, and what we want to make sure is that for a particular attribute such as body type, all values of that body type, underweight, average, and overweight, performance is almost as good. And as you can see that it is. It's a very small difference in range of performance from underweight to overweight. And then the same thing holds true for skin tone and gender. And you can see that for each exercise, we don't see much difference in performance and ensuring that there's no bias in our system. So with this, I want to talk about the second principle that we've used in the design of guide, and that is the guide needs to be reliable, safe, and robust. We do this by going through really extensive field testing trials. We test the performance, collect data, do error analysis, and identify edge cases. And these are really important. And for these situations, we put appropriate guardrails in the system. We want to make sure that there are appropriate validation, appropriate redundancies, and sometimes there's a nudge to the user. So for example, over here, you can see that the camera can't track you because the body is out of frame because you might be partially in the frame. And the camera is giving you a hint that please come back in the frame And the same thing could hold true for brightness, right? So if light goes off, you get a warning, say that the lighting is very poor, or if there's reflections that you cannot see the person and the camera is blind, you will get that message. And this is all driven by classical computer vision techniques that allow you to establish operating conditions for the member that will make them successful. And this is what sort of ensures that the system is robust and it's reliable. So with this, I want to sort of go back to talking a little bit about the data, just sort of a little bit more insight into it. The data team is really the unheralded hero of ML, really responsible for creating data sets. It all starts with creating a nomenclature for exercises and poses and appropriate reference material, which really is very, very important because it helps multiple stakeholders, such as the content team, the machine learning team, our third-party vendors that we partner with for sourcing and labeling, to all speak the same language. Just so that you have a common nomenclature and you have a library of more than 1,000 movements. So this is really important. And here is what a typical pipeline for real data looks like, right, to get real data sets. It starts with reference material creation, and then you source data from vendors. And again, to repeat over here, we don't store or transmit production data. So this is all data that we source with a special group of participants. And then we curate that data to make sure that they satisfy the specs. We get that data labeled, and then we have labeling QA. And this labeling QA is extremely important just because you want to make sure that the labels are accurate. And more importantly, if you have multiple people labeling the same image, you want to make sure that there's consistency. So that is really vital. The attributes that I talked about that we tag the data with, it could be done at different stages. It could be done at sourcing. So, for example, if you're sourcing gender data, you could sort of specify that during sourcing. And if there is attributes that can be done during labeling process, for example, is there multiple people walking by in a frame? So this is how the real data is sourced, and you get really quality data sets coming out of this pipeline. And then you have synthetic data, which complements real data. And you can see that synthetic data over here can really produce a wide variety of attributes. And this is used to supplement your training and also handle edge cases. And so you can see there's windows and shadows, low lighting, high lighting. There is different types of movements, furniture, clothing. You can see a wide variety of that can be represented using synthetic data. With this, I wanted to sort of conclude, move on to really what are the opportunities for AI in fitness and strength in particular. You can see that the opportunities for AI really come from our desire to enhance the experience for our members that are already engaged with our instructors and content. So from a personalization standpoint, surfacing the right classes at the right time for each member. From an accountability and education standpoint, ensure you're doing the movements correctly, as we saw along with the movement tracker and self mode in Guide. And engagement, providing insights and metrics that help you improve your performance and really push you to do more. We aim for a gamified and immersive experience, so you don't keep looking at the clock when exercising, and really time flies when you're having fun. The convenience is another aspect. Where we, for example, the use of voice for hands-free operation of Guide, as it might not be really convenient to operate a remote while doing a certain subset of strength exercises. So voice commands can help quite a bit. And lastly, guidance to really help members achieve their fitness goals by guiding them through the entire ecosystem of classes, instructors, platforms, and fitness disciplines available with Peloton, so that there is a holistic picture of the member. With that, I would like to really conclude. Hope you had a good preview of our ML iteration process and what makes our AI models fair, inclusive, and robust. The Peloton Guide is an exciting new AI strength product. The content and software is what you expect to come from Peloton. It has a compelling price and form factor, and I hope you get to try it soon and see yourself grow stronger. Thank you.
Thanks for such an interesting presentation, Sanjay. It was actually a real workout. So, from Peloton to PayPal. In this next session, Sri Gopalakrishnan, VP of Enterprise Platforms for PayPal, talks about how PayPal's self-service AI and ML solutions drive cross-company value and innovation. Click the above link to access the session. So, welcome to the session, Data Democratize, how PayPal's self-service AI ML solution drives cross-company value and innovation. Chris Primersberger, contributing editor of VentureBeat, sits down with Sri Gopalakrishnan, VP of Enterprise Platforms for PayPal, to talk about how PayPal's solution helps standardize AI tools and processes. It shortens time to market for development and helps citizen data scientists overcome steep learning curves associated with machine learning development cycles. This is going to be great. It's right up my street. Of course, if you have any questions, and I'm sure there will be for this, utilize that type chat box on the right. In the meantime, over to you, Sri and Chris.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Primersberger. I'm a contributing writer to VentureBeat and a longtime tech writer and editor in this business over 27 years. Today, we're going to be talking about the future. We're going to be talking to PayPal VP Sri Gopalakrishnan, and Sri likes to go by Sri G. Welcome, Sri G.
Hey, Chris. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about PayPal as most people think of PayPal as a pioneering online financial transaction service provider that has been so successful and pervasive that it's almost taken for granted. But what a lot of people don't know is that PayPal is also a very creative and productive software developer. And so we're going to find out more about that here today with Sri. So Sri, I'm glad you're here. Tell us about your role and what you do at PayPal.
Chris, I lead all of enterprise data platforms at PayPal. So all data needs in the company is provided by my organizations. You can think of it like a 3-layer cake. The lowest level of that cake is the data infrastructure for both transactional and analytical needs. The middle layer of the cake is all data management needs and how we organize data across all properties, not just PayPal core. And then finally, the third layer is the data services, including AI/ML, which is the context of today's conversation. And if I can add a little icing on the cake, it's everything to do with data security, data risk management, data quality and governance, and of course the strategy for PayPal for moving our PayPal data into cloud.
Very good. We're all talking about AI and ML, and the components that are becoming so important in almost all the applications that we're using today. And PayPal, of course, is a leader in developing those functions for its applications. Can you just define the term democratizing AI and ML and what that means?
Yeah, before I talk about that word democratize, I'll just probably give you some context. AI/ML as a practice has been in PayPal for almost since its inception. I'd say almost 2 decades. And I'd like to break these last 20 years into 4 distinctive eras. And I'd say the first era was when we introduced AI/ML in the company, primarily focused around fraud. And I'd say a lot of focus was on the sciences part of AI/ML, and in us actually combating fraud, something very new to not just the company, but the world. I'd say this lasted probably the first 8 years of the company, all the way up to 2010. The second era is what I would call as between 2010 and 2015, which is around how, as we started to have our cloud evolve, which is private clouds internal to PayPal, the speed of compute started to go up. So we started to see just more and more, processing and better use of AI/ML. Again, very specific to fraud. Also just broadening to risk and other kinds of use cases. The third era is what I call between 2015 to maybe now or about a year ago, is the invent of public cloud and adoption of public cloud. And suddenly we started to see a mushrooming of capabilities in the context of AI/ML just happen, whether it's cloud native capabilities or third-party solutions that come in these cloud. So in these 3 eras, what we saw internal to PayPal is we have a center of excellence team focused on building these AI/ML solutions broadly for not just now risk and fraud use cases, which is how it started, but much more broader use cases, whether it's personalization, customer success, compliance, and so on and so forth. Now the new era that we're getting into is what I call as democratization, which is primarily lowering the barrier for what it takes to use AI/ML in the company. It's removing those steep learning curves that people need for them to use AI/ML in the context of their business applications. So eventually, that is what I see. How PayPal and the rest of the industry, starts to go towards, where everyone in the company can actually use AI/ML towards the context of their business.
You don't need to be a data scientist or an analyst anymore to use those tools. You can use them in your everyday job, which is really important. Tell me about Cosmos AI. What is that? Is that an operating system or what is it?
Yeah, so Cosmos AI is basically the platform that we just launched, in fact, just a few weeks ago, the GA version internal to PayPal. But let me give you some context to what Cosmos AI is in context of AI/ML. The journey for Cosmos AI really started about 18 months ago within PayPal. Like I said, we've had a fairly deep practice of AI/ML in the company. We have a center of excellence that's responsible for developing models, managing and maintaining tools used by advanced data scientists towards several contexts of applications within our business. But 18 months ago, what we realized was there were many parts of our organization within PayPal that were trying to actually start to adopt AI/ML, whether it was personalization or, I want to reduce customer complaints coming into the customer support channels, or I want to use AI/ML in the context of compliance and regulatory needs and so on and so forth. And we started to see that teams were duplicating, capabilities and functionalities and building the same things over and over again. And so we did an exercise across the company. We call this the AI/ML blueprint, which is truly understanding the needs of now an evolving landscape for use of AI/ML within the company. And during this exercise, we came about with about 4 to 5 observations. First and foremost is that we don't have just one single kind of user using AI/ML anymore, like you talked about. It's just not an advanced data scientist alone. They will continue to remain, but we now started to see an evolution of those users or personas, from data analysts, who are very proficient with SQL and statistics, to ML and data engineers. These are people now, who understand data. They don't know the sciences part. They know where data is located, can actually use and operate data. And finally, a third bucket, which are novices, which are their application engineers, infrastructure engineers, product managers, sometimes even business rule writers, right? So they don't have neither the sciences or the engineering background specific to data, but also are interested to use AI/ML within this landscape. So that was our first observation. Second observation was what we found was the biggest challenges that existed in our company was what we call as first mile and last mile. It's that now, if I have to use AI/ML, how do I know where to start? How do I get the data? How do I discover? Right? I know the problem that I need to solve, but how do I discover the data that I need to build my model on? And then my second part is what I call as last mile, which is now I have the model. How do I make it useful? Right? And this is the place where most people were struggling. Most amount of time that was being used. And a third and a fourth observation was around just the standards and practices that we had. We just don't have standard opinionated tools, and we need to standardize that such that people don't have to reinvent the wheel. And finally, a fourth aspect is it's not enough just building these tools. We need to invest in training. Just because we want to lower the barrier for what it takes, people still need to understand how to use these systems together to solve their business problems. So that was really what went into building Cosmos AI.
Great. Thanks for giving us that background, Sriji. What's the status of this now? You say it was just released. Is that GA, and has it been going through a beta segment of time right now? And could you give me maybe a use case of how that's being used?
Sure. So the Cosmos AI development itself has been going on for the last 18 months. We just launched the GA. Our go-to-market is alpha, beta, and then GA. We have several hundred users now using various aspects of the MLDLC, or what I call as the model lifecycle development. Now, some of the use cases that inspired us to build this, I'll give you this example, which is our a customer success organization. So these are folks in the front line who are taking calls from angry customers who call in because something's not working. And one of the things we wanted to do was to make the that process more efficient, such that when a customer a success operator picks up the call, they know the intent of the customer coming in. They can understand kind of the the semantics, or basically the language that's coming in. How do I understand what your true intent is? And finally, our goal is to reduce the time it takes to for these calls to go on, as well as maybe sometimes actually not even necessary to have a call. We can provide the right information to the customer in time. And this is an organization that actually wanted to, they don't have advanced data scientists, but they had some, people who write business rules. They had engineers. So this was a great success story here, where we were able to launch this using our platform, and we've seen a meaningful reduction in customer call volume, or the time it takes to actually solve these difficult calls.
Right. Time is money. We've said that for years and years. And these technologies can really save that time and save money on the bottom line of the company. So that's how it works out. So so it's really just starting to spiral up and take off now, right? That is GA. Do you have several hundred customers that are using it right now, correct?
That is right.
Okay, very good. What's your vision for Cosmos AI moving forward? What do you want to see it do in the future in terms of saving money and helping businesses?
Yeah, I'd say, still scratching the surface on this vision of democratizing AI for the company. Like I said, the biggest problems that we have is around what we call as first mile and last mile. And so think of this, Chris, is that on an average, it takes anywhere between 60 to 70% of the time for anyone in the company to say, now I know I have to create a model, but let me start. Right? And so this is what we call as first mile, which is basically a combination of data discovery, data preparation, and data readiness with high quality data before I can start building my model and training my model. This is a very complex and a difficult problem. And I'm sure PayPal is not just unique to this problem. This problem is not just unique to PayPal. And I'll give you some examples. And it's not truly what I call as the AI ML platform itself, but it's the foundation that we need to get right before we actually say we have an AI ML platform. And that foundation is to start co-locating data in one place. So we've now, as a company, we've existed over 2 decades. We make multiple acquisitions a year. Our customers, internal customers, want to use this data across different properties. And part of that problem is that, especially for companies as old as us, data tends to become a sprawl. So how do you start to now curate the data and create a unified single source of truth? It's a logical entity for data to coexist. And that's the basic foundation. And how do you ensure that there's high quality data there before you can actually open it up to our internal customers to say, okay, now let me use the data and build my models. Right. So that is, I would say, the first leg in that journey. The second leg in the journey is to now make discovery of that information easy. So this is where the effort that we put into things around feature engineering, feature catalog, so that people don't repeat this curation of data. If I have the intent, I understand the intent, I should be able to discover the data fairly easily. Right. A third and a fourth segment is around, now that I have the data, how do I standardize and simplify the use of model development to finally model deployment? And then finally, the last segment, which is I'm sure most companies are facing is, I've deployed the model. How do I ensure that I'm operating this responsibly and efficiently? Right? When I say responsible, it's about the ethical AI. It's about responsible AI, making sure that I can explain. Somebody asks me, what does the model do? In layman's term, anyone can explain and discover this. And how we manage and operate this infrastructure end to end responsibly and efficiently.
Very good. All these capabilities are becoming more and more user-friendly. More and more line of business people are being able to use them. I think it sounds like this particular technology is going to help companies go a long way to use these tools, AI and ML, directly in their line of business, which is important. And thanks for that background. looking forward, let's talk about Web3 for a minute. I've been writing quite a bit at VentureBeat about the new internet that's being built right now that we'll probably be using by the end of this, or frequently by the end of this decade. For lack of a better term, we're calling it Web3, but it's a more decentralized way for the internet to work. How do you see, the emerging technologies in Web3? And this is going to include lots of new things that are going to mash up with Web 2.0 that we're using now. 3D, we're starting to use blockchain and crypto. More and more AI and augmented reality, things like that. How is Cosmos AI going to play into that? Is it built for that kind of a structure, or what?
I'll say probably it's a little too early. Some of these things probably take over a decade before they are, they are fairly mature. And it's a Web 3.0 is going through that level of maturity. What we saw with both Web 2.0 and 1.0, each one of them in its own journey took about, I'd say, probably 10 years, more than 10 years, in reaching that maturity. So I can't say that, Cosmos AI is probably, going to start solving that. But the foundation for Web 3.0 is AI/ML and its applicability towards, empowering Web 3.0 just across, again, with that focus of, the decentralized applications. And now, with what we got with HTML with Web 2.0, both with 1.0 and 2.0, what you will see with AI/ML as we move to Web 3.0 is how do you assemble these applications more seamlessly? The access to data sources, how do you make that now much more autonomous in accessing the data that you get, empowering these experiences? So you can see more and more of that. And the foundation for how 3.0 is going to work on is going to be using AI/ML, from end to end. So that's where I feel, the emergence of Web 3.0. I'd say it's still a little too early for us in terms of Cosmos AI and Web 3.0. Like I said, if you look at Maslow's law of hierarchy, the kind of problems we are trying to solve for is making engineering now easy to use AI/ML, making sciences easy in using AI/ML, and that's where our focus is.
Very good. My last question would be for you, Sriji. I used to work for the Open Source Tech Group, where we edited Linux.com and a bunch of other interesting sites before I do what I do now. What has PayPal donated or given to the open source community to help? The open source community is so important to all of us. I really think that we wouldn't have the world we have today without open source software. I know PayPal is active in that. Can you name a couple things that have been given to the community?
Yeah, Chris, thanks for that question. Excellent question. I'd say I'm a big fan and a proponent of open source. Not just also using open source, but also contributing back to open source. I'd say before I talk about open source, if I can give you some context, what we have in infrastructure and platform is we provide basically a foundation for the rest of the company to use versus starting from scratch, right? So if I'm a developer, I want to start writing an application, for, checkout, is you don't have to necessarily start from scratch. You actually start with basic sort of core services, whether it's for security or logging or instrumentation and so on and so forth. And what we have done is predominantly we've used a lot of open source in how we make this basic framework available for our internal customers. Now, in the last few years, we've actually also been giving back to the community where we contribute back to open source. A recent example that comes to my mind is the Apache Goblin. In fact, we have one of our engineers on our team who's now a trusted committer in Apache Goblin. And there are several such examples where we now also just contribute back to open source. So thanks for raising this question. Big proponent, and go open source.
Great. Sriji, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for having me here.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much for your insights, Chris and Sri. A really great and engaging conversation. So up next, we have the last session of the day. And click the link above to listen to a panel discussion led by Data Robot. If you've got time before the session, make sure to check out their sponsor profile as well. Okay, well, hello everybody. This will be the last session of the day. So next up is a panel discussion hosted by Data Robot.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nenshad Bardoliwala, Chief Product Officer at Data Robot, and I'm very pleased to be joined today by David Higginson, Executive Vice President and Chief Innovation Officer at Phoenix Children's Hospital. We're excited to speak with you all about AI and how it's transforming all industries, and healthcare especially. I think all of you are hearing about the interest that many of the organizations in the world have in using AI to transform their businesses. There are an innumerable number of opportunities for finding new business models to generate revenue, new means of being able to contain costs, and of course, to try to do so with the lowest risk necessary to the business in order to be successful. AI can be used to help with patient care. AI can be used to help companies forecast demand for their products better. AI can be used to help customers understand whether their customers are going to remain customers for the long term. And so this is a very exciting area and one that we at Data Robot are really passionate about. David, I would love for you to introduce yourself. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you. My name is David Higginson. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Phoenix Children's Hospital, but I've actually dedicated 30 years of my life to working in pediatric care, both at Arkansas Children's and at Phoenix Children's. And I've had a number of roles over time, from being a programmer to a CIO, a Chief Operating Officer, and now the Chief Innovation Officer. And I still program every single day. So I take great pride in kind of doing what I talk about, and we have no data scientists at our organization. So I'm definitely going to talk today about how you do AI without having a dedicated team of 100 data scientists behind you. But we are dedicated in our mission to taking care of children. And personally, for me, working at a children's hospital is not just about another job. It's about making a meaningful difference in children's lives. And so what you'll hear hopefully today is how we're making practical, real differences in children, and think about them as if they were your own sons and daughters, and how that would make you feel. And I think that's always how I try to relate it to myself.
That's very noble, David, and we're genuinely thrilled and humbled to have the opportunity to help Phoenix Children's Hospital in the mission that you all have. Before we dig into all the great work that you all are doing at Phoenix Children's, I would first love to talk about the healthcare industry as a whole. You clearly have many years and a depth and wealth of experience that not everyone has. Can you talk to us about how hospitals are looking at implementing technologies like AI, and what the practical uses of AI might look like for today's hospitals?
Yeah, absolutely. Like many industries, healthcare goes through phases and times of its evolution, which are really different. So 10 years ago, we were all busy implementing electronic medical records and systems to replace paper in organizations. And so we moved very rapidly to put in system after system where people at the hospital would type stuff in instead of writing it on paper, with the hope that we could use that data one day to do something meaningful. Many organizations got kind of hung up on the typing in part, and sometimes along the way, using the data effectively kind of got lost. And you'll see many doctors often very frustrated that they feel like they're just typing things in to get a bill out of the door, or many different things. And so we've really focused on, once we got those systems implemented, what are we going to do with this information that's better than just having it on paper? It's better than just reading a note from a week ago and trying to figure out what was going on. How can we use data in a much more meaningful way? And kind of the 2 and 2 is 5 type of approaches. What will it allow us to do that wasn't possible before? So we've really transitioned in the last 4 or 5 years away from being focused on the next new system and a prettier user interface to being, how do we take that data that's in the system that's extremely structured at this point, and how can we get better healthcare and get outcomes that we just can't get any other way? And a great example of Phoenix is we've had 15% year-over-year growth for over 10 years. Phoenix is growing like crazy. It's one of the fastest growing cities. Now, we can't take care of all the children that are in Phoenix, nearly 2 million children. So we've had to say we can't get enough doctors. There just aren't enough people to do it the old way. We have to find a way of providing healthcare in a more effective and efficient way. And one of the great opportunities with that is using data and AI to really release some of that cognitive burden from the physician. So they're not constantly trying to think of everything for everybody all the time. And some of the very low-hanging fruit, some of the simple things can be taken care of by AI. And the doctor's still in control and driving the ship, but they're able to get that kind of assist, if you like, from artificial intelligence or machine learning. And so we've been moving aggressively in that direction, both just to bring lots of data together so it's easy to consume, but also then providing that assistance or that nudge to a caregiver to say, well, have you thought about this? Maybe you should take a look at this particular thing that's going on with the patient. So that's been our focus. It's been a very, particular shift. And then the other area, obviously, that's changing a lot is the focus on patients. In the era of COVID and really before that, people often say healthcare is kind of the last industry with no customer service. And so we've been changing as rapidly as we can to be extremely focused on the patient and customer service and systems that help the patient out, like scheduling themselves and getting all their information electronically and not having to call people on the phone. So those two things have really come together and have been our focus in the last few years.
That's fantastic, David. And, on the second point, I can definitely relate to that. Obviously not a medical professional in any way, but I see that the care systems that I'm part of have made great efforts to improve the way that someone like me can schedule appointments, can actually get, especially with COVID coming on board, we actually wound up doing a lot of telehealth, and it actually, I think, reduces a lot of stress for both parties. And on the first point, it's really interesting that you mentioned that. A lot of what we hear in the industry just at large is about how machines and machine learning will replace what humans are doing. And we don't believe that. We believe very strongly in this vision of augmented intelligence. There are things that humans do really, really well that computers are not very close to solving anytime today. But on the other side, computers can do some things that humans are not capable of doing really easily. Right. And so you get to the best outcome by having both the humans and the machines working together in sort of this symbiotic circle. And so I really appreciate hearing that sort of philosophy and mentality coming from you and folks who are practitioners in the healthcare field. Now, I'd love to take a turn and focus on Phoenix Children's Hospital specifically. I find your mission very inspiring. I think that I'm, a father of 3 children myself, and I do really relate to what you said when you said, look, think of your own children and how you would want them to be treated. I think that's a very noble way of thinking about treating children. Can you tell us more about your AI journey? Can you tell us about any specific projects where you've applied AI and what kind of insights you've been able to find from doing that work?
Absolutely. And it's been a journey of being more mature and understanding AI, as well as some very specific examples, which I'll give you. And, we started really investing heavily in this about 4 years ago. And we had some specific things in mind at that time, some kind of neat science projects, I would say, where we had a theory and we thought we could prove it. And it was great to talk about. And we did those science projects and we kind of proved out that we could do some of these things. A great example early on was predicting who wasn't going to show up for an appointment. And we worked really hard on that. Or the classic one often in healthcare is readmissions. Can you predict someone's going to get readmitted? Those problems get a lot of attention. But what we learned is we've really got to think about, okay, what would you do if the prediction was really accurate? Have you got a game plan of how to operationalize this? And what we found with many of these early science projects that we did, I'll call them, they were great problems. They were very intellectual and conceptual. But when it actually came down when we had an answer that was meaningful, we really didn't know what to do with it. We didn't really think of things that way. And another way we had to change is thinking of things as a prediction problem. Many problems that we work on a regular basis to improve our workflows or our processes are not thinking about them as a prediction. It's thinking about them as a workflow and trying to tweak a workflow. So we really learned early on in our many different experiments, you've really got to frame a problem as a prediction problem, first of all. And many problems are hard to frame like that, but it's a way of thinking. And then the second thing, which has been the most insightful in this journey, and I'll give you an example in a minute, is to almost kind of begin with the end in mind. So we take the approach of saying, okay, here's an idea. what if we got a model that was 100% accurate? What would we do from that point forward? And if we can't figure out how to get it all the way down to the patient to make a difference in their healthcare, is it really something that's meaningful? And that's allowed us to really focus on things and get them all the way to the end and honestly extract the value out of the promise of AI and machine learning, which is often lost with some of these very noble ventures, but they don't end in much. And again, with the hospital growing the size of ours, we can't afford to do 3 years of experimentation and not produce anything. We have a need right today. So I'll give you an example of a really cool thing we did in the last 9 months, and that's around malnutrition.
Please.
And so, yeah, malnutrition is actually, for me as a non-clinician, a fairly simple thing to understand versus trying to cure cancer or something like that. And that's just the idea that children are malnourished, and that has a knock-on effect to many other diseases. And so many times we found in children's healthcare that children show up in our hospital, maybe in the emergency room, maybe in a particular clinic, with a symptom of malnutrition, but it presents in a particular way. Maybe they break their arms easily because they have low calcium, or maybe other things are happening because of that malnutrition. But if you're a surgeon dealing with a broken arm, that you're not thinking about malnutrition as the first thing in front of you. You're thinking about casting that arm and doing the normal process you do. And physicians are incredible detectives. Back to your comment about, the place of humans versus AI. If you think about it, a physician, they are detecting, thousands of possible disease symptoms in real time, processing it through their brain and coming up with diagnosis. It's incredible. Right. And all the subtleties they're picking up on, the social aspects. And so, we thought to ourselves, well, how can, in terms of malnutrition, this is a surgeon or a physician from a particular disease, maybe they're not thinking about malnutrition. How can we be that assistance to them? Well, when I first worked on it, this has kind of been done in the old days with just taking people's weight and plotting it against a curve. And so the first people told me, this is crazy. We don't need it. We'll just plot their weight and they'll tell us if they're malnourished. So I was like, that's fine. Keep doing that. And then some doctors were like, I'm really good at detecting it. I don't need your help. Well, that's fine. Keep doing that as well. But humor me. And if I produce a list for you of 10 patients in a week, would you be willing to send a nutritionist to go have an evaluation with that patient and find out, like, do they potentially have it? So they're like, sure, whatever. We'll give this geek in IT a chance and, send us the list and we'll do the work. So we trained a model and machine learning with about 10 years worth of data and ran it in what I call stealth mode for the first couple of days. So we just ran that model, had predictions, and we watched if the doctors were actually asking for a nutrition consult for these patients. Did they detect it by themselves? Did the weight detect it by itself? And what we found was, yes, there were some of those the doctors were picking up, but we were finding 10 or 15 a week that no one was picking up. So I said, okay, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. We saw that some of those patients were late in getting diagnosed, so we knew it was accurately finding the patients. So I went to the nutritionist and said, okay, I've now got my list. I've got 10 to 15 patients a week. Would you be willing to go and see them and just tell me what the diagnosis is? So they said, sure, we'll do that for a couple of weeks. We ran that process and, within 2 days, they were coming back to me, 6 of these 10 patients had malnutrition. How did you know that? I was like, well, I don't know, but the algorithm figured it out. So they were excited. Like I've said before, just think of that one case. If that's your daughter or son, they've been coming to the hospital on a regular basis. No one can figure out what's wrong with them, but things keep happening. Now you've got this diagnosis. You can change your diet. You can make meaningful changes in your life and hopefully avoid coming to the hospital. So at the end of the day, just finding one patient is a meaningful difference for someone. But finding 6 or 7 a week is amazing. So then we started to say, okay, this is great. Yeah, we said sending this list is really interesting, but how do we really automate this so it's kind of a closed loop system? So we're not doing lists and spreadsheets. It's actually just part of the process. So I thought again is how do doctors do work today? And if a doctor suspects that there's malnutrition, they place an order for a consult. And the order's placed in the EMR and the consult happens and then they do the diagnosis. So I was like, great. Can we program the AI to not only detect the issue, but also place the order as if it was a physician? Now, we won't pretend it's a different physician. We'll call it physician AI or whatever we call it. But can it place an order and is that acceptable? And we had some incredible debates from a legal morality perspective. Does it feel a bit too much big brother that an AI is placing an order? And, when is that acceptable and when's it not? Obviously, you don't want an AI placing an order for a very expensive test that then someone has to pay for if it's not very accurate. So what we decided was, well, you know what, if the AI is as good as or better than the physician in spotting this, if the false positives are no worse than the physician, this is as good as or better. So that's our benchmark, and we've kept tracking that on a regular basis. But we finally decided that order could be placed. And so now, for the last 6 months, the AI is detecting the problem, it is placing the order, and then the consults happening. And we are finding 60 to 80% of those patients are being diagnosed with malnutrition every week, week after week. Very little drift in the AI, and just a meaningful difference. And no one's threatened about it. Everyone's thankful because, again, we just find those patients that we would have missed otherwise. So it's been a great example. We're kind of hunting for the next one like that, to be honest with you. But that's been a meaningful difference where we take it all the way to the very end, right? We don't just stop with the science project.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And I wanted to hit a little bit on what seems like a contradiction to me, but it probably won't to you. On the one hand, we also believe very strongly that AI should be used to solve real problems, right? So we know that people will, and there is value in experimenting in AI, but you beautifully highlighted how you have to take AI and think of it all the way through, right? What information are you going to get from a prediction? Based on that prediction, what decision are you going to make? And based on that decision, what actions will happen, and how do you capture those actions as part of your business processes? I think that was very well stated. Now, what's interesting, David, when you and I have spoken previously, you weren't exactly looking for this malnutrition use case to begin with. So on the one hand, you've said that, that you did a lot of experimentation, but, it wasn't until you started stumbling upon this set of use cases that you really saw something that's very pragmatic. And on the other hand, there's this really interesting balance between the need to experiment in order to find the right use cases that you can work with. So can you help me understand and help the people listening to this understand, how do I handle that contradiction between, well, I need to experiment in order to find things that I can actually solve, and yet, the things that I need to actually solve may be very concrete, and running a bunch of experiments could be a waste of time. How do you think about that?
Yeah, we've been through a journey where we've been through this 3 or 4 year process of learning. And I think I'm in a very different place of how I think that AI and machine learning has a role today. I think that in the future, the role will only grow, but we're very early in our understanding of how things work. And I would liken this to, I've done a lot of work with DNA sequencing and kind of the genome. It's an amazing thing to be able to do genomics. That's almost like the ability to do machine learning at all. But then the real hard work comes at, what does that genome even mean? And how do you figure out what it means? And that's the process we've been going through. So you're exactly right. This experimentation early on was really good to get my head and other people's head wrapped around, how do you frame things up for machine learning? What really works and what doesn't work? And you kind of have to go through that experimentation with things that are meaningful to you to see, okay, this is going to happen. And it can be a little bit disheartening because sometimes the models just don't work, right? And so you have this amazing idea and it doesn't work. And then the other thing we had to work is, I often produce a great model, but then I couldn't figure out how to get it done. And that felt, even worse, as I couldn't figure out how to plug it into the organization. And you have to remember, people are at different stages of being able to accept this. Just like you talked about, potentially physicians being concerned it's going to replace them. I think very quickly people understand the benefit. And I would tell you, every physician I've taught, once you show them what the possibility is, they're right on board. But if someone scares a radiologist and said, we won't need you in 5 years because AI is reading the radiology, they're obviously defensive. So yes. We've been through this journey. We are doing a lot of thought right now about how do you find that next malnutrition case. And at the moment, it's just having eyes and ears open and honestly telling the story and having others bring one up. And I think I mentioned to you one, we've just recently services about child abuse screening. So we
can you tell us some more about abuse.
That? Yeah. So obviously, just like malnutrition may be amped up 1,000 times, is we're very, very sensitive to any kind of children who've had an abusive situation. And so if a patient shows up in the emergency room, we have some very specific things we do to screen for child abuse. But obviously, the first screening is for every patient. So you don't want it to take 30 minutes because they may be in trouble for something else. And so we do this initial screening. And then if there's a positive there. We kind of move down the process. Well, what we found there was when we analyzed the data, we're having a 90% false positive. That means 9 times out of 10, we were asking the questions, but the patient didn't have abusive situation, which is great. That's what you want. But it wasn't, we were asking it a lot of times to get a very small result. Now, it's so serious that people are willing to do that. But if you take that construct and you applied it to any other thing, people are like, well, I'm not going to ask 10 times to only get one result, right? That model is not very good. Those questions aren't very good. So we've really thought about it. How can we refine that kind of old way of thinking about things? Let the nurse ask a couple of questions like, have you broken your leg recently? Do you feel safe at home? Those very simple questions. Can we replace them with an algorithm that's not only looking at the patient that's right in front of them, but it's looking longitudinally to say, has this patient been in our hospital for certain diseases in the past? And so we can kind of say, okay, they're breaking the foot 1 week, they're getting something else the next week, something else the week after, and can we spot that pattern? And that is absolutely where AI is wonderful and probably better than humans, because not everybody's there at the hospital all the time, right? It could be a different nurse every few weeks working. They can't put those things together where the AI can definitely do that. So that's an area where now we've had the malnutrition case. We're like, great, it's not the final determination about child abuse. It's not replacing the social worker or the doctor to determine what's going on, but it is providing a much more intelligent and efficient screening tool so that the right people get in front of those social workers. And that's, again, in that evolution is don't try and solve the problem completely with AI. It doesn't need to go all the way to the very end and say, this person definitely won't show up for their appointment and it be 100% every time. It can get you a little way down the path. It was better than a human. And then you can use that human time to really do the hard questioning and the hard understanding. So again, that augmentation or that screening tool is where we're learning through history that this is the way to approach it, not as this absolute that AI is going to spot cancer, right? That I don't think that's ever going to happen, or it's going to take a long time.
I was going to say, where nobody knows how long that's going to take.
Yeah.
David, what's really striking to me, in my work, I work with customers in very regulated industries where the regulation is for very good reason, right? And that can be around financial services, but it can also be, in pharmaceuticals and healthcare in the field that you're in. Can you tell me a bit about, when I speak to customers like you, there's a massive emphasis around governance and ethics, because the power of these models and what they can expose and what they mean, we're not, unlike some other contexts, this is literally about someone's life, right? And these factors, whether it's malnutrition or whether it's abuse, identifying those things can have, lifelong impacts on people. How do you think, and does your organization think about the ethical parameters of using AI? And can you take any of the examples? I grew up in the biology world, and sort of we learned a lot about ethics and what you could and couldn't do on different types of populations. Does that inform any of the way that you think about the ethical use of AI?
It certainly does in the medical space. Now, we're using AI in some business practices, just like other customers where there's less regulation. But yeah, and regulation aside, we always want to do the right thing for the patient, right? Try to always do what's best and cause no harm. So, though, the regulation often is slow to catch up, but both have to be observed. Luckily for us, certainly in healthcare, we have these institutional review boards. It's often called an IRB.
Right.
Which has been around for years, really to regulate general research. Clinical trials is a great example. If you've got a drug and you're trying it out on patients, you need to really make sure that if that drug is working really well, that the placebo group doesn't miss out on the opportunity. And the other way around, if the drug isn't working at all, is we don't put people at harm. So there have been several of these machine learning programs we've done that have gone through our IRB board because it's appropriate. And we luckily have all that mechanism in place, and it's fairly well understood with our researchers. So there have been times when that's been necessary. So kind of a real heads up and say, okay, we need to think very carefully about this. There are some cases where that IRB reviews the science that's taking place. You know what? The risk is so minimal. We just need to be reported back. So I think the good news in healthcare, maybe unlike other industries, this has been around. This kind of protection for patients has been around a long time. But it's a new area. And so I think in general, if you think about AI, you've got kind of medical devices which have very strict controls from the FDA. So if you've got a medical device, if you're making a patient monitor like Philips or GE, they go through very, very tight scrutiny, not only with the hardware, but the software that runs on those devices. So and that is very, very slow, 36 months for an approval, lots of difficulty with the changes. And then you've got this IRB for clinical trials, and you've kind of got AI going down the middle a little bit. It's not a medical device per se, and it's not being classified as a medical device most times. And sometimes it's not a research study. And so there is, a great deal of attention we have to pay to where this fits. And our approach at Phoenix Children's is, it's exciting. We want to move quickly. At the same time, we have to be cautious. We don't want one early misstep to kind of set us back for the future. And so really this kind of IRB has been the approach, but also things like I mentioned, there's just brand new, really interesting problems around, can the AI place an order like a doctor? If it's proven to be as good as a doctor, can it do that work? Well, that's a question for insurance companies and other people as well, and I've talked to insurance companies, they want the best outcome for the patient as well at the lowest possible cost. And so if the AI can get there and it does the diagnosis earlier, that's a bonus for them. So far, we're kind of navigating that path. It is a little bit unregulated. I am waiting for direct regulation on machine learning. It seems like in the future it's going to be needed, because how do you trust these things? I mean, how do you know that one person's cancer algorithm is better than another? And if you're making treatment decisions, this is high stakes, like you mentioned.
Absolutely right. Well, thank you so much, David, for sharing this story. Working so deeply with AI and knowing its potential to change outcomes, not just for businesses, but for human beings and their lives. It's really incredible to see how this all actually works and how an organization can use these technologies to truly make an impact. I am, in the work that I do, responsible for the products that we build. Nothing makes me or members of my team more fulfilled than actually seeing people use this technology for good purposes, for doing things that actually improve the lives of our fellow humans. So I want to thank you very much, David, for joining me in this session, and for everyone who's currently watching for tuning in. And I really hope you enjoy the rest of the VentureBeat Transform event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's a wrap for the very first day of Transform's AI and Edge Week. We'll see you tomorrow, where we'll be covering all things conversational AI, IVA, and NLP. Great conversations await you from companies such as Cognigy, Mogli, Kaiser Permanente, Honeywell, Google, Nissan, Toyota, and Meta. It's absolutely not to be missed. That's a who's who. And remember, keep your eye on the prize. Check out the leaderboard. The more you interact with the event platform and every aspect of it, the more points you're building, you have a greater chance of winning a wonderful, lovely prize. So goodbye from me for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
How can the right partner help your business build something wonderful? Intel helps you get the most out of all your data by deploying intelligence exactly where it provides the greatest value, powering your business to find new insights, unlock new revenue, and discover fresh opportunities, from edge to cloud to data center and everywhere in between. Together, let's accomplish something wonderful. At Capital One, we combine the power of a machine learning model with a cloud-based multi-region infrastructure, making banking better by strengthening the reliability of our mobile app so that our customers can stay connected to their money anywhere. Learn how we're using a cloud-native architecture to fuel the future at CapitalOne.com/cloud. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
The world seems to be spinning faster. New technologies are accelerating our lives. The markets are changing faster and faster. New products and services are disrupting old ones, and huge companies are disappearing. We all feel the speed and the need to compete. Our demands have increased in our private and business lives. We want instant answers and no waiting time. Time is the most valuable asset of human beings. Nobody wants to waste it for poor service. Customer experience has become a crucial competitive factor. Cognigy makes life easier for everyone and service a magical experience. We will help you to improve your service quality and cut costs at the same time. Our platform based on AI delivers personalized experiences at scale. Conversational service automation is the future of customer service. Cognigy AI. No time to waste.
AI itself is at an inflection point, and for a decade, we have set the pace for innovation unmatched anywhere in the market. Together, we're pushing the limits of both human and machine.
The power of AI is now in the hands of anyone that can use it.
We're pushing the limits of how AI can become even more aligned to the needs of every business.
We're seeing a fundamental shift towards making AI more accessible, faster, and impactful for businesses.
Tools like DataRobot can offer us an awful lot of potential.
How is our collaboration helping our customers? This opportunity to build turnkey solutions that help customers accelerate their time to value.
Complete enterprise operations for all parts of the model lifecycle.
You can ensure that you'll never be in the dark when it comes to tackling AI bias.
Welcome to DataRobot AI Experience 2022.
AstraDB, a flexible database as a service built on the open source Apache Cassandra project. It's a NoSQL distributed database that is known for its high scalability and availability. Data is partitioned and distributed around a cluster in separate nodes to increase performance, and replicated to ensure your data is always available. You can interact with your data using REST, GraphQL, and document APIs using Stargate.io, an open source data layer included in AstraDB, or directly with the Cassandra query language in a CQL console. It comes with a generous free tier to get started, and setting up a database is simple. Just log in with an email, Google or GitHub account, select Create Database, give it a database name, key space name, and select the cloud provider and region you prefer. That's it. You now have a 3-node Cassandra cluster in less than 5 minutes. For more information on AstraDB, check out the other videos in our AstraDB playlist. If you want to learn more about Cassandra, check out our Intro to Cassandra crash course or catch one of our weekly workshops. Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next video.
Labelbox is a training data platform designed to help you iterate better. Use active learning to find model errors and prioritize labeling high-value data to improve performance. Accelerate velocity through collaboration, labeling automation, and low-code model training integrations. The result is a streamlined workflow, high-quality data, and consistently more accurate models in less time for less spend. We're trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises and leading companies fueled by AI. Try Labelbox for free today.
How does change happen? How did a revelation by an 18th century English physician usher in the dawn of immunology and the modern vaccines that today protect everyone you know? How did two brothers with a boyhood dream to defy the law of gravity launch an era of flight where 6 million of us now take to the skies every day? How did the need for collaboration at 4 leading universities set the cornerstone of the internet that today digitally connects us to the totality of human understanding? In the tradition of these breakthroughs, NTT Research tackles the most challenging scientific questions of our time in an effort to further humanity and the lives of us all. Every day, we strive to create a smarter world for the greater good. Because at NTT Research, our mission is not just to change the world, it's to upgrade reality.
Wonderful, folks. Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. 0+1. Affirmative. Keep going, baby. Still rising. Recorders. Keep going. Look at her go, hon.
There's greatness inside you, just waiting to be uncovered. It's a journey, a change in mindset. So let's get going. Let's grow with engaging content and a learning experience designed to help you be a better you. This is a commitment to continuous learning in an ever-changing world. Because you're an asset worth investing in. You are invaluable. Find the greatness inside you with Skillsoft.
Hey, I'm Joe, and Graph plus AI is transforming the world and is with me every day of my life. From the time I get up, Google, what does my commute to work look like?
32 minutes with moderate traffic.
To knowing my payment is secure when I buy a cup of coffee. And when it's time for my meeting, I can see how I'm connected to the customer on LinkedIn and which connections we have in common. I can even check the latest shoes for my training session. More importantly, I'll know when it's time to buy the return gifts for Danny's birthday next month. And when I'm back home, I can find the next big show to binge on after the season finale of Westworld. As you can see, I've been doing it all with a graph, from the time I wake up until the end of the day. Welcome to the age of graph.
Hello, have you met Typeform? If you want to grow your business, you should. Typeform is redefining how brands and people connect in the digital world with vibrant forms, surveys, quizzes, and asynchronous video solutions designed to keep the conversation going so you can engage with new and existing customers simply, seamlessly, beautifully, leading to more responses, higher completion rates, and the data you need to accelerate growth. It's that simple. Want to learn more? Say hello to Typeform.